Chapter 3093. Hee, what a pity, he won't have another 100 years. If you let him escape from our hands today, you and I would have cultivated to the middle nascent soul stage in vain. Taoist Master Dui sneered. In this distance of a few li, a middle nascent soul stage cultivator had enough means to trap a golden core stage cultivator. Even if he didn't release his nascent soul. Taoist Master Dui had already prepared the spell in his hand when Shan Xingzi cast the spell. At this time he just waved his hand and a ray of golden light flew out. Tens of thousands of flowers grew near Xiao Hua's sword. Every time the golden petals burst, they produced a powerful force, blasting Xiao Hua's sword out of the giant sword. Wasn't this the method Xiao Hua used to deal with the sword cultivators of the Huan country? The karma of this world was really unpleasant. At the same time these tens of thousands of flowers burst, wisps of ink-black blood appeared in the void. These wisps of blood were very difficult to detect. Along with the impact of these petals, they flew into Xiao Hua's flickering sword light and quickly disappeared. It's really karma. This Xiao just came out of the Buddhist ruins and encountered such karma. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. The sword light around his body was still flickering. He was depressed in his heart and slowly turned around in midair. He calmly looked at the two nascent soul stage cultivators who were already close to him. At this point, what was the use of panicking? Xiao Hua just couldn't figure out why these two nascent soul stage cultivators were making things difficult for him. Maybe it's that seal. Suddenly Xiao Hua's heart gave birth to a kind of intuition. It was as if the answer he had been looking for was now in front of him. He couldn't help but feel excited and nervous. Two martial ancestors. However, Xiao Hua still pretended to be calm and asked loudly, "Why are you blocking this junior's path? Why do you want to escape when you see the two of us?" Taoist Master Dui and Shan Xingzi came together and said with a smile, "Martial ancestor, how do you know that this junior is Xiao Hua?" Xiao Hua looked at the two people and then looked at the place where he couldn't escape. Suddenly he thought of something and the hand in front of his chest slightly withdrew. Terrifying Phoenix, nameless nascent soul. Which one of them isn't famous in the three kingdoms of cultivation? Perfected Dui and Shan Xingzi had already closed in on Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua, who was only at the Golden Core realm and could barely resist an early-stage nascent soul realm cultivator, had already fallen into a desperate situation. Therefore Shan Xingzi asked with a smile. Xiao Hua's expression changed and he said coldly, "So the two grandmasters were spies from Huan country." Reverend Dui laughed and pointed his hand. The golden flowers rushed out behind Xiao Hua, completely blocking his path. Junior doesn't know the two grandmasters. Xiao Hua was very puzzled and asked curiously, "Junior doesn't know why the two grandmasters?" As he spoke, Xiao Hua suddenly clasped his hand in front of his chest and muttered something. He raised his hand and a faint green light flashed, instantly enveloping the surrounding area. Perfected Dui and Shan Xingzi were in it. Not good. The green light flashed past the two nascent soul realm cultivators, and they immediately sensed a very terrifying aura. While they knew that things weren't good, they hurriedly urged their magic power to protect themselves, and at the same time, they hurriedly separated and flew to Xiao Hua's two sides. Unfortunately, even if the two were as strong as mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivators, it was too late to react. A clear G8 sound was heard, and it was unusually loud in the night sky. From Xiao Hua's hand, a huge phoenix phantom rushed out as if it was reborn after nirvana. The green light that formed the phoenix phantom rolled up the endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and in an instant, it sucked out everything within a few miles. An indescribable imprisonment shrouded several miles. Wasn't this the phoenix illusion that Xiao Xinrui exchanged for with mid-grade spirit stones in Jinghua City? It was originally hidden in front of Xiao Hua's chest. And even when he encountered 3 second-grade sword transformation realm swordsmen, he was not willing to take it out? Until today Xiao Hua no longer had any means to escape from the joint attack of the two mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivators. Xiao Hua had no choice but to activate the phoenix illusion, which he regarded as a treasure, and recite the dozens of words to activate this rare Phoenix Jade Talisman. As expected of the Phoenix Jade Talisman, the cyan phoenix shadow completely covered immortal Dui and Shan Xingzi. Within a few miles the cyan light rotated rapidly, and in a moment, it turned into vortexes thinner than hair. In the middle of these vortexes was the void. The entire Phoenix shadow pounced on the two cultivators at the middle stage of Yuanying realm, just like a real void storm. Seeing the terrifying destructive aura approaching, Perfected Du Yi and Shan Xingzi's expressions changed greatly. Without hesitation they waved their hands and a dozen or so magic treasures of various colors flew out from their storage pouches, each flashing with a strange brilliance and blocking in front of the two. Boom boom boom. Wherever the green light passed, the dozens of magic treasures were immediately riddled with holes and their brilliance immediately dimmed. The two of them hurriedly tried to fly up, but in the shadow of the phoenix the two of them couldn't move at all. The two waved their hands almost at the same time, and the magic treasures that were destroyed exploded one after another. The impact of the explosion was very fierce and it blocked a lot of the green light. However, after the magic treasures exploded, the green light still rushed into the two's protective brilliance. Almost at the same time, a colorful brilliance appeared above the two's heads, and two nascent souls emerged from the top of their heads. Each of them was holding a ring in their hands, but the two rings were different in color, one black and one white. Schwag, the rings in the hands of the nascent souls were activated, and a black and white halo covered the two from top to bottom. After the halo fell, the two nascent souls looked a little dispirited, and at the same time, it disappeared into the two's bodies. CSISI. The sound of a silkworm swallowing mulberry leaves sounded, and the void storm finally fell into the black and white halo. As the two expected, the black and white halo was immediately hit with a complete hole, and it was annihilated in a moment. Then the brilliance of the two shone brightly and at the same time, it trembled rapidly. After a few breaths, the brilliance was annihilated. The two's figures seemed to have been seriously injured and they fell from mid-air. Especially Shan Xingzi, there was black blood flowing out of his mouth and nose, and his face was abnormally pale. The two nascent soul middle stage cultivators fell from mid-air, and the green light of the Phoenix Phantom also disappeared. Within a few miles, the mountains that were just washed by the rainstorm, the trees and everything else disappeared. It was as if they had never existed, and a chasm of a few miles in size was born out of thin air. After the time to drink a cup of tea, Immortal Du Yi and Shan Xingzi flew from the ground to mid-air again. After taking the elixir, the two's complexion had improved. However, under the Phoenix Jade Talisman, the corrosive power was far from being remedied by elixirs and meditation. They were afraid that they would have to work hard for dozens of days to recover. Damn this brat. Immortal Du Yi swept out his spiritual sense, and when he saw that Xiaohua had flown dozens of miles away, he couldn't help but scold angrily, "I will capture him and I will make him beg for death." Cough cough. Shan Xingzi coughed twice, which was rare for him. The magic power around his body surged and he reminded, "Fellow Taoist Du Yi, we'd better hurry up. That guy's thunder escape technique is very fast. If we delay for a moment, I'm afraid we can't catch up with him." And Immortal Du Yi said, and he also turned into a rainbow. Following Shan Xingzi into midair, he asked again, "Fellow Taoist, when will your secret technique take effect?" "There is still half an hour." Shan Xingzi replied after thinking for a while. Half an hour." Immortal Du Yi smiled bitterly. "In another half an hour that guy's magic power will be exhausted. If he doesn't escape from our sight he will fall into our hands. Hee, that guy, how can he fall into our hands so easily?" Shan Xingzi sneered. "In my opinion, even if it is 20 hours, I'm afraid it will not be easy for us to capture him." Immortal Du Yi couldn't refute it. After all, they were close at hand just now. Two cultivators at the nascent soul middle stage couldn't capture Xiaohua. Now that Xiaohua had escaped far away, they really didn't know when they could catch up with him. "You and I will split into two directions." Immortal Du Yi glanced at the direction where Xiaohua went and suggested, "Since his direction is the Kuei-he Sea, we will force him to fly to the depths of the Kuei-he Sea. When the spiritual power of heaven and earth is exhausted, he will fall into our hands." Yes, that should be the case. Shan Xingzi naturally had the same idea, but when they separated he didn't forget to shout, "Fellow Taoist Du Yi, even if you go to the Kuei-he Sea, you can't go too far. It's too dangerous inside." "I know. How can we let him escape to the Kuei-he Sea?" Immortal Du Yi nodded. "I don't believe that he has a second jade talisman." Immediately the two of them chased after Xiaohua from two sides. Just as Shan Xingzi said, within half an hour, Xiaohua's speed surpassed the two of them. The distance between the three of them was getting bigger and bigger, But this distance was only about 200 miles, which was not beyond the range of the two's spiritual sense. However, after half an hour, Xiaohua's flying speed gradually slowed down. The two of them were overjoyed when they saw this. They sped up and slowly closed the distance. Of course, although the distance was slowly closing, it took a long time. In a flash, several hours had passed and the sky was already bright. Damn it, what's going on? Xiaohua felt that although the magic power in his body was still running smoothly, when the magic power was sent into the thunder escape, it always disappeared for no reason. The magic power that disappeared became more and more with the passage of time. By the fourth hour, nearly half of it had disappeared. This half was enough to drag Xiaohua's thunder escape down a lot. From the very beginning, Xiaohua's Buddhist sense could no longer detect the traces of immortal Du Yi and Shan Xingzi. Now, the two of them appeared in the range of Xiaohua's Buddhist sense. When Lei Meng Taoist couldn't find the traces of the three people, who knew where Xiaohua had flown to when he used the secret technique again? Lei Meng Taoist, the palace lord of the Imperial Thunder Sect's Thunder Palace, was also a famous nascent soul cultivator in the Dawn Rain continent. At this moment, it was actually difficult for him to intervene in the grudge between Xiaohua, Taoist Du Yi and Shan Xingzi. Facing the pursuit of two mid-nascent soul cultivators, Xiaohua didn't dare to use the same strategy as before to escape from Taoist Jingru. He could only use his best lightning escape technique. Although the lightning attracted the attention of many cultivators, once they realized that there were two nascent soul cultivators chasing after Xiaohua, they immediately retracted their divine sense, retracted their gazes and hid their heads in their bosoms. Who would dare to pay attention to him? Poor Xiaohua, for the past few days he had thought of every method to expel the secret technique that Shan Xingzi used on him, and he was even more unable to shake off Taoist Du Yi and Shan Xingzi. At this moment, just like the beginning, he was chased to within 10 li by the two. If the two hadn't also been injured by the Phoenix illusion, if the two hadn't flown for several days and consumed a large amount of magic power, wouldn't they have already used their divine abilities to capture Xiaohua? Xiaohua, where do you think you're going? At this moment, the setting sun was like blood, and Taoist Du Yi's words were even more bloodthirsty. Xiaohua opened his eyes wide and saw that below him was a verdant bamboo forest that was several mu in size. Countless bamboos swayed slowly with the evening wind, producing rustling sounds. At a glance, this bamboo forest was emerald green, very pleasing to the eye. However, at this moment in Xiaohua's eyes, the emerald green was so mournful, and a kind of heavy sorrow was born from his heart. Forget it. Xiaohua's figure stopped, knowing that today's matter would not end well. With a wave of his hand, he took out the wishful staff, then covered his Taoist robe, and secretly took out the sword gourd of the execution spirit primordial light. This Xiao will fight here. If I can't win, this place will be this Xiao's burial ground. Xiaohua faced the setting sun, looked in the direction of the Shi country in the west and sighed. Hongxia Shui Shui. I'm afraid we won't be able to meet in this life. In the next life, this husband will take good care of you. Then Xiaohua slowly activated his magic power. The side of his face was blood red, and the sword-like eyebrows that reached his temples also emitted a faint sword brilliance. Xiaohua would rather die than live in integrity. He was absolutely unwilling to fall into their hands again. He was unwilling to be sealed again and his memories destroyed. What? Not running anymore? Seeing this, Taoist Du Yi and Shan Xingzi also slowed down their flying speed, gradually approaching Xiaohua from two directions to prevent Xiaohua from escaping. Shan Xingzi asked coldly. No need. Xiaohua sneered. In just a few days, the news of two nascent soul stage masters chasing after the terrifying phoenix will spread throughout the Dawn Rain continent. This Xiao wants to know, how are you going to explain to the thousands of Dao sect cultivators? How are you going to explain to my Imperial Thunder sect? You have already been expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect. How can the Imperial Thunder sect stand up for you? Shan Xingzi sneered. Even if there are thousands of cultivators, do I need to explain to them? Taoist Du Yi also mocked. So, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, looking at the two people who had already fallen into the bamboo forest, and said calmly, You have already been paying attention to this Xiao. You have already started to track this Xiao. Then, the 2 layers of seals in this Xiao's body, is it also because of you? Taoist Du Yi and Shan Xingzi were startled. but they looked at each other and sneered at the same time. And maybe it's not you, Xiaohua said faintly. You don't have such profound cultivation. I'm afraid it's because of your spirit-severing masters? What's the use of saying so much? Shan Xingzi had already scanned the area with his divine sense and sneered, there are no cultivators nearby. Even if you break the sky, what can you do? Who can know? Who said there is no one here? Suddenly, a faint voice sounded beside Shan Xingzi. Shue shue? When the voice entered his ears, Xiaohua felt as if he was struck by lightning, and he looked at the place to his left in disbelief, which was the edge of the bamboo forest. The green bamboo forest flickered and a very faint figure appeared. Wasn't it Shue Shue who was already in the late stage of foundation establishment? Why are you here? Xiaohua hurriedly asked and urged his magic power to fly closer to Shue Shue. Husband, you can fly to the depths of QC, you are not their opponent, but if you go all the way to the east there will be a way out. Shue Shue's face was snow white, and her eyes stared at Xiaohua and said word by word. Her eyes were filled with attachment, reluctance, and endless affection. A foundation establishment girl. Taoist Master Dui was shocked, but when he saw that Shue Shue was only in the late stage of foundation establishment, he laughed again. If this old man is included? Behind Shan Xingzi, another voice that Xiaohua was extremely familiar with strangely sounded. Ah? Xiaohua was completely dumbfounded. Master. Of course, at the edge of the bamboo forest opposite Shue Shue, helplessness, whose hair was now pitch black and whose face was wrinkled, revealed himself. He was already a complete gold core cultivator. His pitch black eyes were filled with anger. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Helplessness didn't even look at Xiaohua and said faintly, although this old man didn't teach you anything, this old man regards you as his disciple. You will always be this old man's disciple. Are you all sick? Shan Xingzi faced helplessness, but he didn't seem to have any pressure. He clapped his hands and the pressure above his head surged, and in an instant helplessness was unable to move. Husband, farewell. Shue Shue took one last look at Xiaohua and her eyes were completely red. Then a layer of blood mist appeared in her entire body. This blood mist turned into a strange figure in midair. It was somewhat similar to the thunder beast, but it was also different. It was the strange creature that rushed into Shue Shue's forehead in the Thunder Palace in the Misty Mountain that day. However, at that time the strange creature was jade black, but at this time it was blood red. With a loud boom, this blood mist suddenly exploded and covered Taoist Dui. Wife. Shue Shue's self-explosion was too sudden, and it seemed that she had prepared for a long time. Xiaohua was completely caught off guard. Seeing the blood mist gushing out, he cried out in sorrow. Taoist Dui frowned slightly and his face actually showed impatience. He sneered and said, even if a foundation establishment girl self-explodes, what can you do? Immediately, Taoist Dui flicked his Taoist robe, and used the hand of nascent soul to cover the rolling blood mist. Poor Shue Shue, who had been in seclusion for decades, had cultivated to the late stage of foundation establishment. Now, even if she wanted to die for Xiaohua in exchange for Xiaohua's life, it was impossible. Wife. Xiaohua's heart was suddenly filled with tears. Almost without hesitation he waved his hand, and the willow branch was taken out from the water bottle in the Buddha's saraira. He waved it towards the sky, and an inexplicable flow gushed out from Xiaohua's body, just like when he summoned Kai Zhuxia's soul in the Kai family of Liyang. A 10-colored glow that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, spiritual sense and other mortal magical powers rushed out of the willow branch again, and fell into the blood mist. However, at that time, Kai Zhuxia's body was still broken, and now Shue Shue came and there was no trace of blood left. Can Shue Shue still be saved? At this time Xiaohua's heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. He finally understood the pain in the heart of Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction, and finally understood the most tragic parting in the world. Boom! At this time next to the good child, helplessness also self-exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist in the same shape and covered the good child. However, just like Shue Shue, although helplessness was a golden core cultivator, he had just stepped into the golden core stage, and the madness of his self-explosion was much stronger than Shue Shue's. However, the good child had long been prepared, and before helplessness self-exploded, he had already used a secret technique. Helplessness's body was flashing with green brilliance. The blood mist was rolling and the golden core had turned into endless spiritual energy, but under the green light, it only showed a slight collapse. Even if the green light disappeared, the power of helplessness's self-explosion was much weaker, so how could it pose a threat to the good child? Master. Xiaohua's heart twitched again. He didn't dare to imagine that helplessness, who was so disappointed in him, would sacrifice himself to save him. He also didn't hesitate to throw the willow branch again, and another ray of light rushed out and fell into another blood mist. Xiaohua's face inexplicably turned pale. Chapter 3095. The moment the willow light rushed into the blood mist, the green light of Shan Xingzi's secret technique finally collapsed. A few wisps of blood rushed out like arrows, instantly disappearing in mid-air. The place where they appeared again was the blood mist imprisoned by immortal Du Yi Wu. A huge gust of wind blew, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Boom! A rather incomprehensible syllable was faintly discernible. It was extremely obscure and filled with the vicissitudes of life. This syllable, this thunder, this wind, Xiaohua was very familiar with it. It was what he heard in the Misty Mountain. And this sound was completely produced from the blood wisps connecting helplessness and the blood mist transformed by Shueshue. It was really strange. Not good, whether it was immortal Du Yi or Shan Xingzi, they immediately felt that something was wrong. An indescribable palpitation arose from their hearts. But before they could do anything, there was a loud sound of boom. 2 clouds of blood mist rushed through the imprisonment of the 2 cultivators in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm and quickly dispersed within a few meters. Immortal Du Yi didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly activated the golden light protecting his body. Unfortunately, this blood mist was so strange that the golden light protecting immortal Du Yi's body was immediately contaminated when it touched the blood mist. It quickly penetrated into immortal Du Yi's body. Immortal Du Yi was shocked. While the spiritual power in his body was quickly activated, his thoughts turned quickly. He also hurriedly waved his hand gestures and displayed all the secret techniques he knew. Blood curse? Damn it! Shan Xingzi was also flashing with golden light. Unfortunately, his situation was the same as immortal Du Yi. The blood mist was like the hatred of Shueshue and helplessness. The golden light couldn't stop it at all and quickly penetrated it. Shan Xingzi was in a hurry. He hurriedly scanned with his spiritual thought. He immediately knew what this blood mist was and he shouted angrily. Blood curse? Immortal Du Yi also understood when he heard it. He immediately stopped the secret technique, clapped his hand and took out a jade bottle from the storage bag. He didn't open it at all. He squeezed his hand and a green elixir fell into his mouth. From the strange appearance of Shueshue and helplessness here to the 2 of them decided to self-destruct, Xiaohua only had the time to wave the willow branch. At that moment, Xiaohua's eyes turned red when he saw Shan Xingzi and perfected Du Yi appear in the blood mist again. Without thinking, he waved his hand and the spirit-killing vital light came out of the space. He didn't even have time to send the willow in his hand into the space. He immediately activated the yin-yang sword gourd, and the green-red spirit-killing vital light rushed out and twisted towards the head of immortal Du Yi. At the same time, Xiaohua opened his mouth and a wisp of scarlet spirit fire rushed out. It didn't turn into a net of fire, but rather a spirit snake that flew towards Shan Zizhen's face. This was Xiaohua's most powerful technique. Xiaohua's magic power had already been consumed by a lot because of the blood curse. Taking a few Wu Qing pills didn't have much of an effect. Although Xiaohua had many methods, they all consumed a large amount of magic power, so Xiaohua didn't dare to use them. The experience he gained from fighting with Taoist Jing Si made him realize that he absolutely couldn't allow these 2 middle nascent soul stage cultivators to get too close to him. He was merely an early nascent soul stage cultivator, and the difference between him and these 2 wasn't just a little bit. The spirit pills and spirit herbs he took now were only enough to maintain the lightning escape technique and keep up with the 2 nascent soul stage cultivators. In order to take revenge for Shueshue, he had already fallen into the trap of the 2 nascent souls. In the midst of danger, Xiaohua's gaze fell on the willow branch in his hand that still hadn't been put into the space. His heart gave birth to a kind of extreme helplessness and at the same time a kind of sadness. Since wife and master were able to ambush here without being discovered by me and the 2 nascent souls, they must have a premonition about this matter. Wife already said that I'm not their match then. I definitely can't kill them. I'll even be captured by them. But if I can't kill them, I really won't be able to vent my hatred. I'm unwilling. However, if I fight to the death with them here, I'll be letting wife and master down in vain, and I'll be letting down their deaths. Forget it, since wife's words are reasonable. Moreover, I have this strange willow branch in my hand. If Kai Zhuoxia's soul can be preserved, wife and master will definitely have a chance to survive. Why should I be entangled with them here? For the resurrection of wife and master, for the sake of taking revenge for them in the future, I can only escape to the east, to the depths of the Kueha Sea. However, in the face of two nascent soul middle and late stage cultivators, how could Xiaohua come and go as he pleased? He only had a plan. The surrounding space had been imprisoned by Shan Zizhen, and the thin needle in Taoist Du Yi's hand had disappeared. A kind of sharp needle pierced through the void toward Xiaohua's chest at an extremely fast speed. Ouch! At this critical moment, Taoist Du Yi and Shan Zizhen both exclaimed at the same time. The blood mist lingering around the two nascent souls suddenly flourished, and the two nascent souls' magical power suddenly went out of control. Kachacha, seeing such a rare flaw, it was also exchanged with Xue Xue's and Wu Yi's lives. How could Xiaohua dare to neglect? Hundreds of heavenly thunderbolts fell, breaking the imprisonment around his body. Chapter 3096. As the two shouted angrily at the same time, the thin needle that had just disappeared suddenly appeared on Xiaohua's back. Xiaohua tried his best to fly a distance of more than 10 feet, but in the eyes of the two people, it was just a short distance. In particular, that kind child raised his hand again, and a big hand of several feet in size appeared out of thin air, covering Xiaohua's body. The space around Xiaohua immediately became as solid as a rock again. Xiaohua is in danger. At this critical moment, an indescribable and obscure wave came from the back of Xiaohua's head. This wave was like a breeze, like a bright moon, like a mountain, and like a river. Xiaohua's figure suddenly disappeared in this wave. The thin needle pierced the air, the big hand missed, everything was void. Under that wave, Taoist Du Yi and the nascent soul of Kind Child were extremely excited. The Tao realm that hadn't improved for a long time shook violently, as if it was going to collapse and reform. The two people's faces were pale and they looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Master Tao of Heaven. Taoist Du Yi seemed to suddenly think of something, and a trace of red appeared on his pale face. This old man understands. Taoist Du Yi thought of it. How could the Kind Child not think of it? His eyes were wide open and his face also showed excitement. Although this old man doesn't know the reason, it's obvious that capturing Xiaohua is not only beneficial to the nascent soul masters, but also to us nascent soul masters. Quick, let's chase after him. Today we have already made a death feud with him, we must not let him escape. Taoist Du Yi hurriedly released his spiritual sense, but unfortunately, there was no trace within 100 miles. Guihihai. The Kind Child's tone revealed absolute joy, far from the calmness that a nascent soul cultivator should have. That girl said that there is a way out in Guihihai. She not only pointed out a way for Xiaohua to live, but also pointed out a way for Xiaohua to die. This old man wants to see how Xiaohua escapes to Guihihai. Even if he reaches Guihihai, who would dare to help Xiaohua? That's right, let's go. Taoist Du Yi also couldn't wait and his figure turned into a rainbow, about to chase to Guihihai. But just as the magic power in his body surged, Taoist Du Yi shouted again, "Damn it. This girl's blood curse is really powerful." So what? Even if we can't match Xiaohua's flying speed, we have nascent souls in our bodies to support us. How could we not catch up to a cultivator who doesn't have a nascent soul in his body and only has nascent soul cultivation base? Shan Xingzi wasn't nervous at all. The two chased after Guihihai like shooting stars. Similarly, just like several decades ago when Xiaohua waved the willow branch, it was still in the extreme west of the Dawn Rain continent. There was a boiling spring water, and a figure that looked like a human but not a human was immersed in a seven-colored halo of light. The situation had not changed in the slightest. With the appearance of the life force, the light shadow flew out of the spring and stopped a few hundred feet above the pool. The colorful halo rotated violently, and an emotionless cold voice sounded again, "It really is Permitha." That's right. Such an aura of rebirth could not be concealed in the mortal realm no matter what. I have not waited quietly for so many days in vain. Before the voice fell, a pair of wings that were several hundred feet long suddenly appeared in the colorful halo. The wings had many layers, but they were very transparent. At this moment they were a bit clearer than before, but it was still impossible to tell how many layers there were. Moreover, the face of the light shadow was also blurry. It didn't have a mouth, nose, ears or eyes, as if it was transparent glass. However, the face flickered with a holy brilliance which covered the face. In this world, regardless of whether it was an immortal or a mortal, how could they not have a face? The wings flapped slightly and the light shadow quickly flew forward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When Xiaohua waved the willow branch for the second time, the light shadow in the extreme west had already flown thousands of miles away. Who is it? He actually dares to use Permitha twice in a row? Could it be? At this point the light shadow stopped and looked hesitantly to the east, not daring to move forward. It seemed that being able to use Permitha once was already amazing, but using it twice made the light shadow afraid. After pausing for a moment, the light shadow suddenly moved. It flapped its wings and rushed to the east. Obviously, the light shadow had made a decision. However, after flying for tens of thousands of miles, the light shadow stopped again. A layer of ripples appeared on the holy face, like a mortal frowning. How is this possible? This is too unimaginable. The aura of Permitha disappeared again. Who exactly is it? However, the light shadow did not give up like before. It flapped its wings again and flew to the east faster than a meteor. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, the light shadow stopped in the air again. Looking at the clear sky in the distance, it whispered, "This place. Why is there a natural restriction? That's not right, although this restriction is natural, but..." At this point the light shadow's body moved slightly. Its head turned and its wings gradually retracted into its body. Then the light shadow flashed with a holy white light, and a beautiful woman with a serene expression appeared from the white light. On this woman's round, moon-like face, a pair of pitch-black eyes flashed with coldness. Her cherry lips seemed to be a little captivating. Her straight nose, coupled with her crescent-shaped black eyebrows, gave off an indescribable sense of tranquility. On her originally icy face, on the left side of her eyebrows, there was a red mole the size of a grain of rice. This was where the flaw was, but it gave the woman a kind of charm. That charm was faint, and not only did it make people not dare to blaspheme her, but it also made people who saw the woman's cold eyes feel a trace of warmth. The woman's appearance was very beautiful, and her clothes were even more strange. She wore a white gown that flashed with luster, and her long, beautiful hair was like a waterfall that draped over her back. The curls of her hair were the ripples of the water. The woman revealed herself and slightly turned around. A few hundred miles to her left, a man in brocade clothes flew over like the wind. The man's divine sense swept over the woman, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He immediately flew to the woman's side. When he got closer, the man's handsome face was revealed. From afar, he bowed with a smile and said, "This little one is Du Peng. Greetings, fellow Taoist. May I know which sect this fellow Taoist is from? Or perhaps you're cultivating in seclusion on some celestial mountain. This little one has never seen you before. Your path is not my path. People with different paths cannot work together. There is no need to call me fellow Taoist." The woman's voice was extremely cold. Du Peng raised his eyebrows, but he was not angry. He smiled and said, "Then how should I address you? What are you doing here?" "My name is Zhang Jia." The woman coldly replied, "I'm waiting for you here. I want to ask you, where is the natural restriction? How do I pass through it?" Zhang Jia. Du Peng heard this and pondered for a while. Then he smiled and said, "I'll let Miss Zhang know that the restriction is at the Wuming Mountains. This restriction is not easy to pass through." Wuming Mountains. The woman's expression did not change. Without waiting for Du Peng to finish, she asked again, "What about the other side of the mountains? Other than Wuming Mountains? That's the lost land of the Immortal Alliance." Du Peng rolled his eyes and answered. However, when he saw the woman's cold expression, he continued to show off. "I heard that that place was occupied by the Buddhist sect since ancient times. However, after the Buddhist sect was destroyed, it was abandoned by the Immortal Alliance of the Tao sect. By the way, although I'm not talented, I'm also a member of the Immortal Alliance. It's not convenient for me to reveal my background now. If Miss Zhang wants to pass through the Wuming Mountains, why don't you follow me? Perhaps I can help Miss Zhang find a shortcut. The woman's pitch-black eyes glanced at Du Peng. She coldly said, "How dare you?" As the woman's cold gaze swept past him, a faint white light shot out from her body. It was like a white dove rushing towards Du Peng. Du Peng's graceful expression suddenly changed. He activated his dermic powers as if he wanted to dodge. However, before he could move, the white dove had already rushed into Du Peng's body. Ha! A dry and hoarse sound came from Du Peng's body. Moreover, wisps of black gas not only came out from Du Peng's 7 apertures, but also from his skin under his Taoist robe. It gradually covered Du Peng. A vague demonic figure was outlined in the black gas. The woman coldly snorted. She seemed to be extremely annoyed. However, the expression on her face did not match her emotions. It was still cold and holy. She glanced towards the southwest. Then the white light around her body rose again. She flew towards the east and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The woman named Zhang Jia left, but the black qi around Du Peng's body didn't stop surging. After half a cup of tea's time, the black qi around Du Peng's body gradually converged. Under the black gas, Du Peng's shocked and awed face was revealed. Chapter 3097. However, the shock on Du Peng's face disappeared and was replaced by ecstasy. He even clapped his hands and said, "Ha, such a powerful being, wouldn't it be easy for her to pass through Wu Meng? Since she can pass through, why can't I? Why can't my immortal union pass through? Diluo, oh Diluo, I want to see what you have done. How dare you kill my doppelganger?" While speaking, Du Peng didn't go to the east. Instead, he activated his magic power and flew away like a gust of wind. He also disappeared in a moment. After Du Peng had left for half a cup of tea, 1,000 miles to the southwest, which was the direction that the woman had looked at before she flew away, suddenly appeared on a black stone. A thing that was flashing with the light of animal skin came out of the black stone. A strange voice came from this thing that seemed to be both a human and a beast. Is this the human world? Is this the Dawn Rain continent? How come one is the saintess of the holy light world and the other is a devil general of the devil world? They have nothing to do with the world of cultivation? When did the Dawn Rain continent become so chaotic? After a while, this thing also wriggled and rushed into the sky. This bullshit immortal union doesn't have any trace of her. Then, she might really be in that lost place. I have to go and see, don't let her escape. Otherwise, when my lord arrives, I will have to bear the consequences. While speaking, this thing also flew in the same direction as that so-called Zhang Jia of the holy light world. The root of all this seemed to be Xiaohua's willow branch. At this moment, Xiaohua was filled with unwillingness, helplessness, and anger. He carefully sent this willow branch, which carried the souls of the 2 people that he treasured the most, into the space. Originally, it was a normal action that he had done countless times, just taking something out of the space and sending it in. However, this time it was completely different. The moment the willow twig entered the space, a black and white brilliance suddenly appeared from where the willow twig touched the space. Xiaohua's mind still hadn't left the space. He only saw a flash in front of his eyes and a black and white brilliance appeared. Then the black and white brilliance separated into 2. The black brilliance rushed into the sky and the white brilliance rushed into the ground. Following this brilliance, there was another extremely obscure faint wave. This faint ripple was almost imperceptible. As the black brilliance spread throughout the entire space suddenly turned pitch black. Rumble. The entire space began to tremble violently at an extremely fast speed. Everything within the space began to tremble along with this trembling. It was unknown how long it had been. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like tens of thousands of years. During this process, the entire space seemed to have disappeared. Xiaohua's mind also seemed to have disappeared. He was in a state that could not be described with words. The entire space lit up again. Xiaohua's mind could clearly see that the white light that had rushed into the ground earlier had returned to the space. In contrast, the black light had rushed into the ground. What's going on? Xiaohua's mind was greatly alarmed. Because his mind had also been reflected by the black and white brilliance, and had also been swept by the nameless fluctuation. At this moment his mind was also trembling along with the entire space. Although he didn't know what had happened, Xiaohua's mind knew that the space was rapidly expanding. It was expanding outwards at an extremely fast speed, and the range was also extremely large. Moreover, at the top of the space where the brilliance had originally come from, above the reverse light, the nameless thing that had originally surrounded the 10,000 Thunder Valley was now producing another brilliance. Do you know what's going on? Xiaohua asked helplessly. You know everything I know, but I don't know what you know. That Xiaohua faintly closed his hand, and the true samadhi fire disappeared. It's just that you didn't carefully think about it. Speak quickly. Xiaohua coldly said, if the physical body outside is gone, you and I won't be able to live. Don't worry, that Xiaohua still smiled. Right now you and I are safe. Those two people won't be able to find you no matter what. The longer you stay here, the more likely you'll be able to escape this calamity. I know. Xiaohua naturally knew that if his mind stayed in the space, his other primordial spirits would temporarily control the physical body to fly away. No matter how long he stayed in the space on the Dawn Rain continent, it might only be an instant. However, right now his heart was filled with grief, so how could he be polite to this primordial spirit? The Tao of life and death. That Xiaohua shook his head and showed off. Without life there's no death. Without death there's no life. Only when life and death coexist can one achieve the great Tao. Damn it! How could I have forgotten? Xiaohua suddenly realized. Before no soul had entered the space. Even the matter with Kai Zhuoxiao that day was just a matter of using the willow branch to condense Kai Zhuoxiao's soul. Kai Zhuoxiao's soul didn't enter the space. At this time Zhuoxiao had no choice but to give up his life for him. He wanted to use the willow branch to save the two of them, but the two of them didn't have a physical body. If the willow branch was useful, their souls would naturally stay in the willow branch or be captured by the willow branch. When the willow branch entered the space, it was the fusion of yin and yang. The great yin and great yang harmonized, giving birth to yin and yang, evolving life and death. Only then could this space have life. It was also because of this that before this space only had light and yang. There was no darkness and no yin. All spiritual plants could grow, but all spiritual creatures couldn't live. There was no life. Since there was the Tao of life and death, he was currently on the yang side, which was also the place where all living things grew. Then what about Zhuoxiao? Xiaohua's heart trembled. He hurriedly waved his hand and the willow branch fell into his hand. Sure enough, the willow branch was still a willow branch, there was no change. It should be on the yin side. Xiaohua woke up again. The so-called netherworld lotus and netherworld bamboo from before should have been on the yin side that never showed up? Fellow Taoist, you've worked hard. Start refining the heaven-pacifying staff. Xiaohua turned his head and ordered. He no longer paid attention to Xiaohua, but a black brilliance appeared and the jade-shaped Xiaohua disappeared. Alas, my life is bitter. The green-robed Xiaohua sighed. Looking at the direction Xiaohua disappeared, he shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, you didn't even know that I haven't mastered the lightning attracting technique? It's just that, how did you become so ugly? You look like a plate but also like a lotus. Compared to my jade wind god, you're really lacking. Although the green-robed Xiaohua's words were filled with emotion, his face was still wooden. Even his eyes didn't move. Forget it, I'd better cultivate the lightning attracting technique first. Immediately the green-robed Xiaohua's body flashed. A green light flew into the sky right next to the strange magic tool. Chapter 3098. Green-robed Xiaohua's thoughts were naturally the same as Xiaohua's thoughts. When Jade Archive Xiaohua fell into a strange place, a black light flashed and he became another Xiaohua. The place where Jade Archive Xiaohua was the same size as the yang side, and there were also 3 sun-like things hanging above his head. However, these things were emitting black light. What was strange was that Xiaohua could see the black light, and this black light reflected the entire inside. Hiss. This is the netherworld sea of blood? With the help of the black light, Jade Archive Xiaohua saw the inside, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. However, the yin side was completely different from the yang side. Most of the yang side was land, and although there was water, it wasn't much. Most of the space on the yin side was a sea of blood. Although there were waves in the sea of blood from time to time, the sea of blood was dead silent, and there weren't any underworld beasts. There was no sign of life. Looking at the center of the sea of blood, there were several floating pieces of land, and the netherworld lotus was growing on the largest piece of land. Shwe shwe. A very familiar feeling came from the netherworld lotus, and Jade Archive Xiaohua felt his heart ache. The sorrow that had been hidden by the huge changes in space could no longer be held back, and it suddenly burst out, drowning Xiaohua in an instant. Jade Archive Xiaohua could no longer observe the situation of the netherworld sea of blood, and with a thought he landed on the netherworld lotus. At this time the netherworld lotus was only the size of a thumb, and a layer of green light mixed with blood. There was also a trace of purple light that wrapped around the netherworld lotus that hadn't bloomed yet. The roots of the netherworld lotus were deeply embedded in the land, and it was precisely the netherworld sea under the land. Strands of blood and inexplicable things came out of the netherworld sea along the roots of the netherworld lotus, and were sent into the netherworld lotus's bud. Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes were hot, and his nose was sour, but there were no tears. He already understood that Shwe Shwe's soul was sleeping in the netherworld lotus, and she was also the first soul of the inside of the netherworld. It was her death that brought about the birth of the inside of the netherworld. Perhaps when the nether lotus bloomed, Shwe Shwe would be reborn. At that time Shwe Shwe might have been the ruler of the inside of the netherworld. Shwe Shwe, since you treated me like this, I will definitely repay you 100-fold. The Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at the delicate netherworld lotus. Since I can't accompany you every day in the mortal world, I must accompany you for 10,000 years in the inside of the netherworld. For 10,000 years. With that thought in mind, Jade Archive Xiaohua recklessly cast a secret technique, wanting to separate another strand of his primordial spirit. However, when he activated the secret technique, his entire mind flashed with a faint purple light. Not a single strand of his primordial spirit fell out. Why is this so? Jade Archive Xiaohua was extremely surprised in his heart. He carefully thought about it and knew that this secret technique was not wrong. If it wasn't for the fact that the primordial spirit could no longer be separated, then it would be the result of the spatial anomaly and the mental anomaly. Shwe Shwe. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. I'm afraid I can't fulfill my promise to you. At this moment, Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart was moved again. He raised his eyes to look at the other continents and his figure flashed again. On another continent, there was a stone statue that looked completely different from Xiaohua standing in the center. The body of the stone statue was wrapped in a pitch-black flag. The pitch-black flag was very strange. Not only was the pitch-black brilliance flowing out of it, but the pitch-black brilliance of the moon was also absorbed into it. Zhang Xiaohua. Yes, my real name is Zhang Xiaohua. The appearance of this stone statue is my original appearance. Jade Archive Xiaohua's image slightly moved, and instantly turned into the appearance of the stone statue Zhang Xiaohua. However, it only took a moment for it to turn back into Xiaohua. The banner of Qiyu? This thing should be damaged. Jade Archive Xiaohua's gaze fell on the flag again, and he immediately thought of something. I'm afraid that because the inside of the netherworld was opened, the power of death repaired this thing in the devil world. However, this stone statue seems to have a spirit. It's actually connected to my mind. In the future it will be able to give birth to another me. Another real Zhang Xiaohua. Come, Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand, and the stone statue and the banner of Qiyu flew to the nether lotus. The banner of Qiyu wrapped around the stone statue and stood in front of the nether lotus like a guard. Shwe Shwe, my wife, my mind can't stay by your side. This stone statue is connected to my mind and it's also my original appearance. It will replace me to guard you. When it can transform into a fetus, it will accompany you day and night and nourish you every day. Then Jade Archive Xiaohua stretched out his hand, pointed his index finger at the stone statue and said indifferently, since it's my substitute, it will be considered as cultivation. Devil flames will refine my devil body. I can't become a devil, so you can become a devil. Boom. Devil flames emerged from the banner of Qiyu and surrounded the stone statue. The Devil Realm's flame refining technique circulated in the stone statue, and a ferocious expression appeared on the stone statue's face. Sigh, Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at Shwe Shwe again and said with a wry smile, Shwe Shwe, you really hid it from me. You clearly knew that I was going to face this calamity and that you were going to fall, but you didn't tell me. While speaking, Jade Archive Xiaohua grabbed with his hand, but the place where his hand touched was empty. The pink jade slip he wanted was not in his hand. Oh, I understand now. Jade Archive Xiaohua was enlightened again. Things from the yang side can only be born from the yang side, and can't appear from the yin side. Shue shue. You can never appear in the dawn rain continent. Yes, if it was an ordinary soul, perhaps after being formed from the yin side of the netherworld, it would go through some kind of reincarnation to reach the yang side of the space again. Then Jade Archive Xiaohua could bring her to the dawn rain continent. But the appearance of Shue Shue's soul caused the formation of the yin side of the netherworld, and completed the entire world. She had already been closely integrated with the yin side of the netherworld, so how could she possibly leave this place? Yes, Shue Shue and Xiaohua had pledged their undying love to each other, and now it seemed that it was indeed so. As long as the space world was not destroyed, Shue Shue would not disappear. Xiaohua could naturally stay with Shue Shue forever. Not to mention 10,000 years. It was even possible for them to live as long as heaven and earth. Forget it. Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart was filled with complex feelings and he sighed. Looking at the stone statue and the netherworld lotus that were destined to accompany each other for 10,000 years, he pointed at the netherworld lotus, wanting to put the ghost cultivation method into it, but then he stopped. The netherworld lotus was a natural spiritual object of the netherworld, and Shue Shue was the first wandering soul in this world. Wouldn't this understanding of the beginning of yin and yang be 10,000 times more profound than this ghost cultivation method? Jade Archive Xiaohua had no reason to do such a stupid thing like buying the casket and returning the pearl. Then Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure disappeared again. When Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure appeared again, it was on another piece of land not far away. The netherworld bamboo and the netherworld lotus were inserted in the center, and the bamboo was like a lotus, entwined with green and blood-red light. At the same time there was also a faint purple brilliance mixed in. At the same time, there were also traces of blood-red light coming from the netherworld sea into the netherworld bamboo. It was just that the purple brilliance was clearly much weaker than the netherworld lotus. Master. Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at the netherworld bamboo, and the soul that was similarly sleeping helplessly and said with regret, "This disciple is really unworthy. Not only did I not let you touch a trace of glory after becoming your disciple, but I also made you angry all day long. This disciple really did not want to make you angry, but this disciple really did not dare to say anything to you. Moreover, this disciple did not know how to say it. Although this disciple won face for you in the great battle of Tao and Sword, you were in seclusion. This disciple can imagine the scene when you came out of seclusion and heard that this disciple was expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect. However, this disciple really did not expect that you would be found here by Shue Shue as soon as you came out of seclusion. Although this disciple did not know what Shue Shue said to you and how you came here, but seeing your determination and how you did not hesitate to sacrifice yourself for this disciple knows. Even if this disciple is unworthy, this disciple is still your disciple. This disciple will remember your words in his heart. A master for a day is a father for life. You will always be this disciple's benefactor. As long as there is a disciple who is willing to show filial piety, you can enjoy it. Master, people often say that bamboo has 7 virtues. Bamboo's figure is straight and it would rather break than bend. It is upright. Although bamboo has bamboo joints, it does not stop. It is moving forward. It is straight and hollow. Its chest is like a valley. It is empty. Bamboo has flowers but does not bloom. It is plain and simple. Bamboo is aloof and independent. It is indomitable. It is outstanding. Although bamboo is outstanding, it is not like pine. It is kind. Bamboo is passed down through the ages. It is willing to work hard without complaint. It is responsible. Although you may not have such qualities when you were alive, after you died, you became the second soul on the yin side of the netherworld and entered the netherworld bamboo. This disciple hopes that you will give birth to the 7 virtues, lead the souls and achieve accomplishments that others cannot reach. This is also something that this disciple is willing to help Master achieve. Jade Archive Xiaohua said in a low voice and then said, "As for Master's wife and Wuqing, you can rest assured. Although you have already severed your mortal fate with them the moment you self-destructed, this disciple will still take good care of them, and take good care of my 10,000 Thunder Valley." After looking at the netherworld bamboo, Xiaohua flew high into the sky. Within the 3 black suns, the power of death was constantly emitted, enveloping the entire inside of the netherworld. Xiaohua looked around and thought to himself, this inside of the netherworld is the same as the yang side above. Although I already feel that I can control it, there are still many mysteries of heaven and earth that have yet to be unlocked. Perhaps only as my cultivation increases, can I slowly control the entire space or even the world in the sky like the frost bamboo. With this thought, Jade Archive Xiaohua's body flashed with a white brilliance. His figure disappeared from the yin side and appeared in the yang side. As soon as Jade Archive Xiaohua appeared, he immediately grabbed the pink jade slip in his hand. He really wanted to know why Shui appeared here, how Wuqing appeared here, and how they knew that he was in danger of being hunted down by a nascent soul cultivator. Chapter 3099. At this time Xiaohua was in his mind, so he didn't need to use any divine sense. The moment the jade slip touched his body, he immediately knew the contents. Sure enough, just as Shui had said before she died, the life and death restriction had collapsed the moment Shui's soul entered the space, leaving behind the words Shui wanted to say to Xiaohua. Husband, husband, allow this concubine to call you husband again. When husband sees this jade slip, this concubine will have already left husband, separated from husband by life and death. Husband doesn't need to be sad and husband doesn't need to worry about this concubine anymore. This concubine already knew that this moment would come for me when I was in Kuei He. This concubine already knows that today's death is in your eyes. This concubine is just a passerby by husband's side, a meteor flashing in husband's gorgeous night sky. From the moment this concubine saw husband, this concubine's fate was already decided. Husband, this concubine knows that your love for this concubine is not as deep and passionate as Fairy Hongxia's. Even now, this concubine thinks that this love is too forced, and is the result of this concubine chasing husband. Thinking about the kind of pursuit I had for husband when I entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, this concubine feels ashamed at this time. Husband has a weak temperament, and at that time this concubine forced you to agree, but this concubine knows that in husband's heart, you may not have put yourself in the same position as Fairy Hongxia. Although this concubine usually hears husband call this concubine wife, this concubine always has a feeling that it is a joke, and an unrealistic feeling arises spontaneously. This concubine feels that I am a substitute for Fairy Hongxia, especially when this concubine is intimate with husband. This concubine really feels that what you see in husband's eyes is not the true feelings this concubine has for you. Husband, this concubine really wants to be your real wife for once and not this kind of verbal nickname. This concubine knows that I can't compare to Fairy Hongxia, and this concubine has always been changing herself. However, this concubine is changing more and more and is becoming less and less like herself. Moreover, this concubine feels that at this time, this concubine is simply too accommodating to husband, changing according to the concubine's imagination that husband wants a wife to change. To be honest, this concubine doesn't like this feeling. Do you know? Husband, other than hiding some things from you, there are also some things that I don't dare to tell you. For example, foundation establishment. Actually, I could have reached foundation establishment long ago, but I didn't dare to do so. That's because I already sensed the tragedy that was about to befall me when I suffered chi deviation in Xunlei Palace. Only by delaying my foundation establishment could I avoid the tragedy of death. Actually, it was just as you thought. These premonitions came from my bloodline. It was the bloodline of the lightning beast that could control heavenly lightning. That gave me such a shocking premonition. My parents had a premonition that I wouldn't be able to return, so they entrusted me to my uncle in the Misty Mountain. This is also something that this concubine has never told my husband. I remember when I was training in Tianmen Mountain, that ghost cultivator Huang Yi wanted to kill me. Although everyone is afraid, this concubine isn't. This concubine knows that this might be this concubine's fate. This concubine won't be able to return safely from that experience. This concubine can't escape this fate. Therefore, this concubine was very calm and faced it calmly. I wonder if my husband and master still remember? Unfortunately, this concubine was wrong. That wasn't the end of this concubine's journey. Immediately after, this concubine and husband met the three elders of the ardent fire mountain. The love of the fire Qilin moved this concubine, but this concubine knows that this concubine doesn't love the fire Qilin. Even if this concubine doesn't love this concubine will follow Xiao Hua. Even if this concubine becomes a moth flying into a flame, this concubine will still throw herself into that momentary light without hesitation. In the end, at the seaside where I was training, this concubine saw the scene of this concubine's death in front of my husband's eyes. This concubine has a kind of release, and this concubine also has a kind of gratification. This concubine can finally become the most dazzling star in my husband's starry sky. Even if I have to burn all my essence, this concubine is willing to illuminate my husband's entire night sky. Husband, I really want to call you this 10,000 times. I won't feel tired even if I call you again and again. Do you know? Husband, at the seaside where you used your hands to raise the dust and sand, you also took away this concubine's heart. Do you know what this concubine saw in your eyes? It was a river as dazzling as the stars, and this concubine was a drop in this river. This concubine saw the bamboo forest, the late-stage foundation establishment concubine, and the early-stage core formation concubine martial uncle helplessness. This concubine also saw the two of us explode. At the same time, I also saw my husband's early-stage core formation cultivation. I also saw my husband's back as he fled in panic. Husband, from that moment onwards, this concubine knew that my husband was out of the ordinary. I also knew my own fate as well as martial uncle helplessness's fate. All of this was unavoidable. For my extraordinary husband, this concubine is willing to sacrifice her ordinary self. Therefore, my husband, you don't need to be surprised by this concubine's appearance because this was already predestined. This concubine has been planning this ever since the seaside. As for martial uncle helplessness, it was also this concubine who invited him. Of course, this concubine still doesn't know how to invite martial uncle helplessness. However, this concubine knows that since this concubine appeared in front of my husband, martial uncle helplessness will also appear in front of my husband. He will definitely sacrifice himself for my husband. Then, this concubine will definitely invite him here. Even if I have to trick or coax him here, this concubine will still do it. For my husband, this concubine is willing to do anything, even if it means offending everyone in the world. Do you know? Husband, when this concubine wrote this jade slip, her heart was tormented because all this concubine saw was you fleeing in panic. Then this concubine and martial uncle helplessness self-explode. As for who was chasing after my husband and why, this concubine doesn't know. Therefore, aside from leaving this jade slip for my husband and believing in martial uncle helplessness, this concubine doesn't dare to believe in anyone else. This concubine won't tell anyone about this matter. This concubine can't ask anyone for help. This concubine would rather die for my husband. Because of this concubine doesn't dare to tell my husband. This concubine is afraid that if I do, the ending will change. Not only can this concubine not sacrifice herself for my husband's safety, my husband will also die in a place that this concubine doesn't know about. Therefore, this concubine carefully keeps this secret. Husband, don't blame this concubine for not telling you. Husband, this concubine knows that you're already crying right now. You are that soft-hearted, that kind of benevolence. Don't think about it anymore, don't care about it anymore. This concubine is just a fallen leaf that floats across the stream and disappears. The one that your husband wants to keep is your fairy Hongxia. This concubine has never seen fairy Hongxia, and I don't know what kind of character she has. However, this concubine will find a chance to explain this matter to her clearly. This concubine is that gentle breeze that blows past my husband's ear and her in that instant. Sigh, my husband, you've called this concubine wife countless times, but I don't know. Until now, has this concubine and my husband done any dual cultivation? If not, this concubine is very regretful. I can't truly be my husband's wife. But if you do, this concubine feels that it's a pity. Perhaps my husband will miss this concubine even more. Therefore, this concubine will slightly avoid you so that this concubine's cultivation can leap to the peak of the late foundation establishment stage sooner. This concubine knows that if this concubine can save you, she must have the cultivation of the late foundation establishment stage. As long as this concubine's cultivation reaches the late foundation establishment stage, this concubine will definitely die for my husband. However, my husband, even if this concubine dies, this concubine will die for my husband. This concubine will not hesitate to cultivate with all her might. This concubine will also not hesitate to die. Others may cultivate to live, but this concubine cultivates to die. To die for my husband. My husband, do you know? Perhaps if this concubine did not raise her cultivation, perhaps if this concubine did not go to this place, this concubine might not die. However, this concubine has been waiting here for a long time, waiting for this sad moment to arrive. Waiting for my husband's hope of survival. This concubine wants to accompany you by your side for 10,000 years, but now this concubine cannot. This concubine hopes that in the next life, this concubine will accompany my husband again. Shwe shwe. The jade archive Xiaohua let out a sorrowful cry. The entire space gave birth to sorrow. Naturally, this Xiao will not be able to tell. Xiaohua waved his hand and the pink jade slip disappeared. He then looked up at the sky. However, this Xiao is clear that since Shueshue said that this Xiao would definitely be able to escape if he headed east, then this Xiao will definitely be able to escape alive. In the future, this Xiao will be able to avenge her. Avenge Master. While speaking, Jade Archive Xiaohua's body flashed brilliantly and his mind left the space. Both Taoist Du Yi and Shan Xingzi turned into rainbows and released their divine senses, thinking that they did not know when they would find traces of Xiaohua. However, after flying for a few dozen feet, Taoist Du Yi was suddenly stunned as if he had seen a ghost. He shouted, "Quick, fellow Taoist Shan Xingzi 100 miles away. Xiaohua." Xiaohua actually appeared there. What? How is that possible? Hearing this, Shan Xingzi was also shocked. He hurriedly scanned the place where Immortal Du Yi said with his divine thoughts. Sure enough, Xiaohua's figure was really flashing with lightning in the air. He was trying his best to fly and he seemed to have sensed their divine thoughts. Xiaohua turned back coldly and his eyes were full of hatred. This is just a few breaths, right? Taoist Du Yi said very strangely, how could Xiaohua fly so far? And, if this guy has this ability, why does he need to appear again? He just needs to fly to other places. How can we find him? Shan Xingzi's divine senses locked onto Xiaohua and said very strangely, fellow Taoist, look at his flying speed. It is obviously the same as before, there is no special change. Yes, the shadow that flashed just now did not appear at all at this time. If we were not also hit by the blood curse, we would be able to catch up quickly. Taoist Du Yi also replied. Chapter 3100. I don't care. Chase. Since Shan had guessed his master's intention of capturing Xiaohua, how could he be willing to stop? After sending a voice transmission to perfected Du Yi, he activated his magic power and chased after Xiaohua. Unfortunately, just as Taoist Du Yi said, the two were now tainted by the blood curse, and their flying speed was also reduced. They were not much faster than Xiaohua. This distance of 100 miles was only enough for them to catch up with Xiaohua, but it was impossible for them to get closer. Of course, this 100 miles was also a relatively awkward distance, and they couldn't use some of their magical powers at will. Although their nascent souls could teleport to the left of Xiaohua, from the information they received, Xiaohua was good at physical cultivation and had great strength. Therefore, nascent soul attacks might not be the best method. Therefore, they would never use it easily until the most critical moment. In particular, their nascent souls were now tainted by the blood curse, so they didn't dare to use it casually. Not to mention Taoist Du Yi and Shan were shocked. Even Xiaohua himself was a little puzzled. His mind left the space, and the figure that disappeared because of the yin and yang in the space also appeared in the air. Before he could release his Buddhist awareness or spiritual thoughts, Taoist Du Yi's spiritual thoughts immediately arrived. Xiaohua released his Buddhist awareness and found that they had just flown out of the bamboo forest. Naturally, he was very surprised how he could fly so far in such a short time. Or after he left, what happened to Taoist Du Yi and Shan, or that made them chase after him now? However, Xiaohua didn't have time to think so much. He only looked back coldly at the two rainbow lights. With a wave of his hand, he took out the blood ring given by Zhang Qingxiao. After thinking for a while, he sent it into his body. Since the stone statue could cultivate the demonic fire, why couldn't his bloodline cultivate the demonic blood? Of course, he couldn't cut off a trace of his primordial spirit. However, Xiaohua didn't know the blood shadow technique. It was used to cultivate the blood drop paradise of the demon world. The demonic fire and black flame in the blood ring could be used. Run. Cultivate. Revenge. This was the purpose of Xiao Hua's unscrupulous cultivation. Xiao Hua and the two nascent soul cultivators chasing after him flew away, and the bamboo forest regained its tranquility. The rustling sound of bamboo leaves told this unforgettable story to the void. Unfortunately, no one heard it. Another 2 days passed and a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. It seemed to be heading northeast. However, just as the thunderbolt traveled several hundred feet, it suddenly came to a stop. Amidst the thunderbolt, Reverend Lei Meng's anxious, bewildered and worried face could be seen. At this moment, Lei Meng Daoist was holding a strange-looking magic treasure in his hand. This magic treasure looked like a child's slingshot. It had a handle at the bottom and 2 forks on it. However, the right fork was exceptionally long and was shaped like a hook. It was slanted towards the other fork. At this moment, on the left fork, there was a slight scarlet light flickering. Here, looking at the magical treasure and the scarlet radiance, Thunder Tomb Reverend scanned the area within a few miles with his divine will. However, other than the mountain breeze, the bamboo forest and some messy mountain rocks at the side, there was no sign of blood or corpses. Perhaps there are other Imperial Thunder Sect disciples fighting here. Looking at the seemingly undamaged surroundings, Thunder Tomb Reverend muttered, if those 2 old farts were to surround Xiao Hua here, wouldn't their battle be earth-shattering? Today I only have one chance to use my secret technique. If I were to be schemed against, wouldn't I have to wait until tomorrow to find Xiao Hua's whereabouts? Immediately, Thunder Tomb Reverend flew up again. Looking down at the magic treasure in his hand that was gradually fading away, he sighed. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's cultivation was not crippled. I can still rely on this item to find his weak aura. But where should I go to find him now? Thunder Tomb Reverend looked into the distance. This time it's Huan country. Could it be that Xiao Hua wants to lure those 2 nascent soul cultivators in front of the sword cultivators? Could it be the news from senior brother Miyu is true? Thinking of this, Thunder Tomb Reverend suddenly frowned. That's not right. If Xiao Hua had ulterior motives, he wouldn't have met those 2 nascent soul cultivators here. Then I can only continue to follow him to Huan country. But if Xiao Hua didn't have ulterior motives, he might have been caught by those 2 nascent soul cultivators. Then, they might have to change direction. If Xiao Hua was captured by those 2 old farts, his aura would definitely be blocked by them. Even if I had this item, I wouldn't be able to track him. Forget it, I'll have to use my secret technique again. If I miss something, I'll really regret it. As he spoke, Thunder Tablet Spiritual Master returned and tossed the magic treasure in his hand into the air. Immediately after, he formed hand seals and several lightning bolts struck the magic treasure. The entire magic treasure flashed with intense brilliance and a layer of indistinct purple-red lightning slowly emerged between the 2 forks. Thunder Tomb Reverend then pointed his hand and a drop of essence blood fell on the purple-red lightning. Pung! With a light sound, 2 balls of crimson lightning spurted out from the center of the magic treasure. This gave Thunder Tomb Reverend a fright and he almost cried out, "What? Xiao Hua has fallen? No, why are there 2 balls of blood? Could it be there's another Imperial Thunder Sect disciple?" Perhaps Xue Xue's intention is to keep flying to the east. While flying, I can take advantage of the time to refine a suitable magic weapon. Xiao Hua made some wild guesses. Then he swept his Buddhist awareness and his mind entered the space. Xiao Hua's spiritual sense and Buddhist sense were also rapidly growing along with the 10 times expansion of space. Although his spiritual sense could already reach more than 200 miles, and his Buddhist sense could reach more than 400 miles, but this growth trend didn't slow down and was still slowly growing. The inside of the space was already different from before. In the earliest area, Xiao Hua had already laid down a restriction. That area had undergone the impact of the space's yin and yang. Whether it was the spiritual grass or the spiritual beasts that were incubating and growing, they were definitely different from other areas. Now Xiao Hua was planting spiritual grass in a new and vast area that he had opened up. The planting of spiritual grass now did not require Xiao Hua's green-robed primordial spirit, let alone Xiao Hua himself. In the place where the Ganoderma horse was previously lying, there was a spiritual wood that had transformed into a 2 chi tall little child. This little child was called Xiaoguo by Xiao Hua. Since Xiaoguo was a spiritual wood that took human form, he was naturally gifted in planting spiritual grasses and taking care of them. He was several times faster than the green-robed Xiaohua and was even more nimble. As for the green-robed Xiaohua was already clear in his heart. This guy had already experienced the green seal text in the heaven's ring of breath. 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. Now he had also experienced the yin and yang in the space. In the future, he might really become another great clone of himself. Of course, at this time, this guy could only make his own contribution in this space. 2 gave birth to 3 and 3 gave birth to all things. What should I do now? While Xiaohua sped up his flight, his mind was in a mess. The panic that he had put away because of Xuehua's prophecy before her death appeared again. Although the Buddhist sect Saraira has the ability to subdue demons, it's still not enough to deal with nascent soul cultivators. Soul cultivators, the power of lightning and thunder is still weak. Poor gold core frost bamboo can't even kill them. I've already tried it just now unless I directly face a nascent soul cultivator. The spiritual fire has already been used once. Not only will they be on guard, but this Xiao's magic power is also not enough. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he secretly said, I'm afraid this is the only move. Maybe I can sneak attack a nascent soul cultivator. There's still one left, then it'll be easy. Immediately, Xiaohua clenched his teeth and turned around to release his Buddhist sense, constantly observing the 2 nascent soul cultivators approaching. They seemed to be fleeing in panic. Seeing that Shan Xingzi and Taoist Du Yi had already approached within a few miles, the 2 nascent soul cultivators looked at each other and almost simultaneously slapped their foreheads with their hands, releasing the pressure of nascent soul cultivators. The most commonly used confinement technique of nascent soul cultivators. The nascent soul hand was also displayed. Suddenly, 2 water blue hands dozens of feet in size condensed out of thin air, one from the left and one from the right, grabbing towards Xiaohua's body. Although the big hands had not yet fallen, the sea that was originally filled with monstrous waves was calm within a few miles, and a faint whirlpool began to form under Xiaohua's feet. The simplest method is the most effective method. Seeing that Xiaohua's body was still unable to continue flowing lightning in mid-air, Taoist Du Yi laughed. We thought too much of this guy. Even if he really has the strength of a nascent soul cultivator, he doesn't have the magical ability of a nascent soul cultivator. Exactly. Shan Xingzi was just about to answer when suddenly, the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator rushed out from the top of Xiaohua's head. Moreover, with the appearance of this pressure, Xiaohua's figure actually disappeared. Shan Xingzi sneered. He rubbed his hands and thumb-sized water blue beads appeared within a few miles. Explode, Shan Xingzi coldly uttered an incantation. Rumble. The water surface and the air within a few miles shook violently, and the water beads within a few miles exploded at the same time. Even Shan Xingzi and Taoist Du Yi activated their magic power and slightly retreated. In particular, Shan Xingzi grabbed with his hand, and the water silks within a few miles instantly flashed with a faint green light. Shan Xingzi pointed his left hand between his eyebrows, and layers of light overflowed from his eyes. Taoist Du Yi was stunned. In his spiritual sense, there was no trace of Xiaohua within a few miles. Taoist Du Yi, be careful. Shan Xingzi suddenly shouted. Xiaohua is. Hearing Shan Xingzi's shout, Taoist Du Yi looked in Shan Xingzi's direction again. Before Shan Xingzi finished speaking, there was a faint sound of a sword. Suddenly, a brilliance flashed under Taoist Du Yi's feet, and a few golden silks had already pierced into his protective brilliance, and those golden silks were like flying swords. Similarly, Xiaohua's figure appeared under him at the same time, and the flying sword in his hand was precisely Qin Jian's golden silk invisible sword. Boom! The golden silk sword's sneak attack succeeded, piercing through Taoist Du Yi's protective brilliance, and instantly piercing into his leg. With a burst of flesh and blood, Taoist Du Yi, who was a nascent soul master, immediately turned into blood foam. Xiaohua laughed, and then he didn't take back the flying sword at all. With the bubbles, a great binding force was also born in a radius of more than 10 feet. Good. Although Xiaohua's body was sealed by 2 spiritual talismans, his 5 senses were still there, and he immediately understood when he saw this situation. Shue. Xiaohua's eyes were filled with tears. Needless to say, this was the chance of survival that Xue Xue mentioned before she died. However, this kind of binding force could even escape Xiaohua, who was only at the Jindan stage at that time, let alone these two nascent soul stage cultivators. What's going on? Shan Xingzi and Daoist Du Yi obviously didn't encounter such a situation, and although they were stunned, they weren't too shocked. They looked at each other, and at the same time, their magic power surged and their figures turned into a rainbow, trying to escape from this huge binding force. Boom! Just as the two of them urged their magic power, there was another deafening sound, and the sea water within a few miles suddenly collapsed, and a strong suction force was born from that binding force. Woo! A strong gust of wind sounded, and in the space within a few miles, whether it was the sea water or the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they all sank in an instant. This kind of pressure from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was simply much greater than the weight of the entire mountain. Daoist Du Yi and Shan Xingzi, the two nascent soul stage cultivators, were caught off guard, and the brilliance of their bodies was annihilated, and with the huge amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they directly sank more than 10 feet. What's going on? Shan Xingzi and Daoist Du Yi looked down in disbelief. The sea water within a few miles of the entire Qianhe Sea collapsed and rushed straight to the bottom of the sea, as if a big hole had leaked out of the whole sea, and the sea water leaked out from the big hole. They couldn't help but be stunned. However, the golden core in his dantian shook violently with the buzzing sound. The layer of golden qi outside the golden core disappeared. The golden core and thunder core also turned into specks of light and began to dissipate. Xiaohua was extremely shocked. Unfortunately, he didn't have the strength. He could only quietly wait for the final judgment of the power of heaven and earth. If he could escape with his life, so what if he didn't have cultivation? It was better than two nascent soul cultivators without a body, right? Shua. Suddenly Xiaohua's ears became quiet. All the sounds disappeared again. Then, as if the big hand pressed down hard, Xiaohua's figure instantly fell 1,000 feet or even 1,000 feet. The light in front of him also almost disappeared. Gigi. Half a mile away, a few small movements were particularly clear in this dead silence. Xiaohua looked up and couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that the nascent souls that Immortal Du Yi and Shan Xingzi had just teleported out actually appeared near their bodies. However, at this time the nascent souls looked extremely weak. Even their figures were somewhat transparent and dim. The rings in the hands of the two nascent souls were also gone. Presumably, it was the buzzing sound that could shatter the golden core that caused the two nascent souls to suffer such heavy injuries. It was also the buzzing sound that blocked the teleportation of the two nascent souls. It even sent the two nascent souls to their bodies. Immortal Du Yi and Shan Xingzi's nascent souls didn't dare to stop in front of such a power of heaven. Immediately, the two people's bodies emitted a faint brilliance again. Each of them took out two magic weapons to protect themselves. They actually had the same idea as Xiaohua. They were waiting for the end of the power of heaven. Immortal Du Yi and Shan Xingzi even had a strange idea at the same time. Since the dead Xue Xue asserted that Xiaohua could escape from Kuei Sea, it seemed that Xiaohua could really escape. But since Xiaohua, a nascent soul disciple, could escape, then how could the two of them who were genuine mid and late nascent soul cultivators not escape? Accept your fate. Xiaohua sighed. Looking at the two nascent souls staring at him, he faintly smiled. His mind wanted to enter the space. Unfortunately, under the power of heaven, his mind couldn't enter the space. Xiaohua couldn't even hide his head in the soil. The abyss was still the same, the brilliance was gone. The three people fell deeper and deeper into Kuei Sea. They didn't know how deep they were from the sea. In the abyss, the two nascent souls were not close to Xiaohua, but they were also not far away. The nascent soul cultivators couldn't attack Xiaohua again, but they could still see Xiaohua's expression. It was just that this abyss was extremely strange. It was obviously in Kuei Sea. Even if the seawater fell, there was no water at all within a few miles of Xiaohua's group. The endless seawater actually went somewhere unknown. Strange, Xiaohua unconsciously thought of the last time he encountered the destruction of the Great Flag Reef in Kuei Sea. It seems to be different from this time. Just as he was thinking, a whirlpool-like force came from Immortal Du Yi's side. It was like another invisible hand pushed him and he was pushed to the left less than 100 feet away from Xiaohua. Not good. Xiaohua saw the ferocious face of Immortal Du Yi and shouted in his heart. I want to see how you can escape from me. Immortal Du Yi's legs still hadn't recovered. How could he not hate Xiaohua? Xiaohua was still bound by the yin-yang spirit talisman and couldn't move. In particular, his gold core was on the verge of collapse. How could he be Immortal Du Yi's opponent? At this critical moment, the suction force that had been going down suddenly turned horizontally. The three of them flew horizontally. Immortal Du Yi was caught off guard and was thrown far away again. This time the suction force was even stronger. The three of them once again doubled their speed. Xiaohua looked up and saw a light that was smaller than the eye of a needle in the distance. It was extremely eye-catching in this pitch-black darkness. The three of them were simply too fast. Xiaohua had only just seen the light when it had already closed in. At this time the light had actually turned into a space several 100 feet wide. Moreover, as Xiaohua flew closer, the space rapidly expanded. By the time Xiaohua and the others were truly sucked into the space was actually several 100 miles wide. Xiaohua felt as if he was an ant in front of it. Sumeru Buddhist formation? Xiaohua suddenly realized. There is actually a Sumeru Buddhist formation here? No, the power of this formation seems to be even greater than the Sumeru Buddhist formation we encountered in the Buddhist sect's ruins. If it isn't some Sumeru Buddhist formation, then it must be some other formation of the Tao sect that is even more powerful. Xiaohua thought. His figure was sucked into this space by the enormous suction force. Wing. An extremely loud and clear sound flashed by. The entire space was silent, but the blood in Xiaohua's body was about to boil. He knew that this sound had not disappeared at all. Then in front of Xiaohua's eyes, a faintly discernible silver brilliance flashed and disappeared. Whoosh. The binding of the black and white talismans around Xiaohua's body was easily cut open by the silver brilliance. Xiaohua didn't have time to think too much. Another wisp of cyan brilliance flashed and disappeared. This time, the cyan brilliance actually penetrated Xiaohua's body and meridians. The magic power in his meridians that hadn't been activated was swept away by this brilliance. Huh. What is this? The cyan brilliance flashed and the entire space rippled with layers of gray ripples. These ripples came in circles like huge growth rings on a withered tree. Xiaohua and the others were passing through these growth rings. Whoosh. The corners of Xiaohua's eyes twitched. His gaze had yet to break away from this strange fluctuation of gray when another hazy blue brilliance flashed. Xiaohua's body tightened as if something was being sucked away by this brilliance. But what disappeared Xiaohua didn't notice at all. 5 Elements Annihilation Great Formation. Not far from Xiaohua, Shan Zizhen's extremely shocked voice came. This voice was unexpectedly high and low in the gray fluctuation, appearing especially strange. How could this immortal world great formation be here? Sumeru Buddhist formation. Taoist Master Du Yi seemed to have thought of something and also shouted in panic. This seems to be the Buddhist sect's supreme Buddhist formation before the ancient Buddhist sect was annihilated. Hearing this, Xiaohua was also greatly shocked. The names of these two formations were terrifying just by hearing them. How could their true power be measured by ordinary cultivators? At this time the fourth red brilliance faintly flashed again. The reaction in Xiaohua's body was even more intense. Along with the brilliance, more than half of his Jindan was instantly extinguished, and the sword essence flowing in his body also inexplicably disappeared by 30%. Not good. Xiaohua suddenly thought of the situation when Sunset Island reappeared in the past. The white bones on the white bones, the rings on the white bones and other things. Almost without thinking, he didn't even have time to put away the invisible golden sword in his hand and threw all the storage bags and spirit storage bags into the space. At this time he almost forgot that his mind couldn't enter the space just now, but now he could. He didn't know that the golden core and lightning core that had disappeared, and even the nebula that had been condensed by the golden energy from before, had been wiped out by the formation, left behind a bit of pitch black. That pitch black was now stained by the invisible sword and was even more invisible. This was also the benefit of going through the third gold lightning tribulation. After a few waves of brilliance, Xiaohua's Buddha relic also began to collapse. The thousand Buddha diagram outside the Buddha relic was also completely separated into specks of light, barely covering the Buddha relic. In just a moment, the Buddha relic was almost as invisible as the golden core in his dantian. Under the Buddha relic, the black and white intertwining outside the Naiwan palace, the seal that was nimbly flowing from time to time was finally revealed. And as soon as this seal appeared, two faint black and white lines immediately rushed into Xiaohua's middle dantian. There, the same two-colored seal was flowing in a very regular pattern with the seal of the Naiwan palace. Not only that, in the five elements annihilation formation, Xiaohua's spiritual sense and Buddhist consciousness were also completely dissolved, and now he couldn't release them. Even Xiaohua's mind was somewhat muddled. Looking at the flickering five-colored brilliance in front of him, as well as the dense growth rings, Xiaohua laughed bitterly. He understood that this was probably the most dangerous place in this spatial passage, right? Sure enough, a swooshed sound entered Xiaohua's ears. Kacha, 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 kacha. 5 dazzling rays of light intertwined and simultaneously penetrated Xiaohua's Naiwan palace and the 2 black and white seals outside his dantian. Those 2 seals flickered at the same time. The black and white lines violently flickered, and in an instant, cracks appeared in the void as if wanting to tear Xiaohua's Naiwan palace and middle dantian apart. Unfortunately, these powerful assassins couldn't escape from the 5 elements. The dead Shueshue was right. If all of them went to the depths of the Guihi Sea, Xiaohua would definitely be able to survive. But after this Great Meru Buddhist formation, Clear Song of Time Demon formation and 5 elements annihilation formation, where was this place? Who would be so idle as to set up these 3 strange formations in the depths of the Guihi Sea? And the power of these formations was so huge. Don't forget, in the millions of Meng mountains in the Hutu village, what kind of cultivation base did Elder Wu have? He also didn't dare to rashly touch the Yin and Yang seals on Xiaohua's middle dantian and Naiwan palace. But these 2 incomparably powerful seals within these 3 formations were like yellow talismans being gently opened. Could it be that these 3 formations were like what Shan Xingzi said, innate divine restrictions? There were too many mysteries, too many unsolvable mysteries, too many dangers. This was also the reason why cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent rarely came to the Guihi Sea. Chapter 3103. Xiaohua, Shan Xingzi and Du Yi had disappeared. 1 fainted, 2 fell and no one knew. However, they were being chased by the early Yuanying stage Thunder Meng Taoist. Although Reverend Lei Meng's cultivation base was not as strong as the 2 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, but with the help of the mystic technique of Imperial Thunder Sect, and under the condition that Shueshueha had no choice but to cast a blood curse on the 2 nascent soul cultivators, he was barely able to keep up with the 3 of them from afar. The deeper Thunder Meng Taoist chased, the more frightened he became. He was not like Xiaohua. He did not have much preparation and did not have many elixirs and other items. Seeing the increasingly thin heaven and earth spiritual energy, he hesitated. Even if he flew to the end and occasionally met some sea beasts, he did not dare to waste his magic power to kill them. The Yuanying in his body that was very sensitive to heaven and earth spiritual energy had already told him that the further ahead, the heaven and earth spiritual energy could no longer support the magic of a Yuanying stage cultivator. It could only consume the power of the Yuanying stage, and this was extremely bad news for Thunder Meng Taoist. However, the more serious it was, the more inconceivable Thunder Meng Taoist was that the 2 mid-Yuanying stage cultivators were chasing after Xiaohua. Just as Thunder Meng Taoist was pondering whether to continue the chase, in the distant sea, an extremely small hole appeared, and waves of cryptic fluctuations came from the distance. Not good. An instinctive fear, a shock that came from the Yuanying stage, immediately arose in Thunder Meng Taoist's heart. What kind of heavenly might is this? Immediately, Thunder Meng Taoist had another intuition. Xiaohua. That's right, that should be the direction Xiaohua and the other 2 went. Thinking, Thunder Meng Taoist immediately released his divine sense, wanting to see what was going on. Unfortunately, not only was the location of the celestial phenomenon too far away, but the layers of fluctuations in the air also destroyed Thunder Meng Taoist's divine sense, making it impossible to reach. Forget it, Thunder Meng Taoist thought for a while, then gritted his teeth. is also I's final limit. Xiaohua, if there is no more news of you, I will also be powerless. While speaking, Thunder Meng Daoist gathers his magic power and flies towards that direction. Unexpectedly, the celestial phenomenon was extremely powerful. Wave after wave of strange vibrations not only blocked Lei Meng Reverend's divine will, but also limited his magic power. Even his nascent soul was restless because of an inexplicable fear. It was as if this fluctuation could kill a nascent soul cultivator at any time. By the time Reverend Lei Meng arrived at the location of the celestial phenomenon, everything was already gone. When Lei Meng Daoist had just appeared, countless tiny vortexes had spread out over tens of miles to hundreds of miles, with tiny bubbles bubbling out like boiling water. However, in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, there were no longer any abnormalities. The sea surface was calm and the sea breeze blew from time to time. What a tranquil sea! If not for Lei Meng Daoist's suspicion, who would have thought that the famous nascent soul cultivator Wu Ming, who had fought a great battle with a Dao sword cultivator, was buried here? Lei Meng Daoist did not dare to return like this. He was clear that even if he left some divine will mark here, under the unpredictable storms of Kuei-he Sea and the extremely thin spiritual energy of this world, he would be wiped out in a few days. Furthermore, Kuei-he Sea is so vast. Once he leaves, he may not be able to easily find this place again without a divine will mark. Therefore, Lei Meng Daoist once again lingered for a few days, until he could no longer find any abnormalities. During this period, Lei Meng Daoist naturally gritted his teeth and used the secret technique of Imperial Thunder Sect. The result was exactly as he had expected. There was no trace of Xiaohua. Everything had vanished like smoke. Sigh, although I could not catch up previously, but at least I know that Xiaohua is in front. At least there is a trace of hope, a trace of hope. Lei Meng Daoist sighed as he raised his head, looking towards the extreme east. He even released his divine will for over 100 miles, but did not find any abnormalities. He muttered, now it's all good. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, the sea is also the sea of destruction. A nascent soul cultivator suddenly rose into the sky, but before he could even emit a brilliant light, he immediately fell. What a tragedy, what a pity! My Imperial Thunder Sect. At this point, Lei Meng Daoist finally understood Master Qian Lazy's mood that day in Great Thunder Palace. There was no other reason. In front of the mysteries of heaven, human strength was just inaction. Man can conquer the heavens. That was a lie. Xiaohua. Lei Meng Daoist looked at the sea beneath his feet that had some waves, and then at the sky that had some dark clouds and muffled thunder. He knew that another storm was about to come and he definitely could not stay here any longer. He sighed. Since the first time this old man met you in Thunder Accumulation Cave, this old man has once again sent you off. It can be said that we are fated to meet. Your background is unknown and your cultivation is also hard to fathom. This old man does not know if the information sent by the sword cultivators of Huan country is true. However, this old man still hopes that you are the true disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect that this old man was thinking of. At this point, Lei Meng Daoist sighed again, unable to continue. Since Xiaohua had already fallen, even if Master Qian Lazy had some thoughts of protecting Xiaohua, this kind of protection no longer had any meaning. It was impossible for Imperial Thunder Sect to let a living Xiaohua, a living nascent soul nameless, return to Sky Thunder Peak. Then, would Master Qian Lazy still protect Xiaohua? Even though Lei Meng Daoist did not like this kind of ending, he also understood that Imperial Thunder Sect was unable to face the doubts of the other sects of the three countries regarding Xiaohua. Imperial Thunder Sect was unable to explain the various strange things about Xiaohua that the sword cultivators of Huan country had mentioned. A living nascent soul, no matter if it is foundation establishment or chi refinement, is still more valuable than a dead nascent soul. Xiaohua, you also do not blame Lord Sect Leader. You have already left, but Imperial Thunder Sect is still here, and so is Myriad Thunder Valley. Facing the reality, Lei Meng Daoist felt powerless in his heart. He casually said a few words, circulated his magic power and gradually left. Within this region of several hundred li, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Lei Meng Daoist was afraid that he would not be able to find the burial place of the three nascent soul realm cultivators. However, before Lei Meng Daoist could fly out of Kuei-he Sea, A lightning sound transmitting talisman flew in front of his eyes. When Lei Meng Daoist used his divine sense to take a look, he could not help but be shocked. What? The ones who died in the bamboo forest were Xue Xue and Wu Ming? How is this possible? When I was ordered to leave Imperial Thunder Sect, Wu Ming seemed to have not come out of seclusion yet. And that Xue Xue seems to be a Foundation establishment disciple. How could they have arrived in front of me? Or perhaps... Lei Meng Daoist listened, raised his eyes and looked ahead and said thoughtfully, after Wu Ming came out of seclusion, he did not stop at Myriad Thunder Valley at all, and directly rushed to the bamboo forest with Xue Xue. Only then could they have arrived in front of me. But, how could they know where Xiaohua flew to? Unfortunately, all of these were only guesses. Xue Xue had no choice but to leave. Xiaohua, Daoist, Du Yi and Shan Xingzi had all died. How could they know what had happened? As for why Daoist, Du Yi and Shan Xingzi were chasing after Xiaohua, Immortal Ascension Sect and Immortal Music Sect might be able to give him an answer. However, what was the status of Daoist, Du Yi and Shan Xingzi? Could the two sects easily answer? Even if Qian Leizi wanted an answer, it would not be good to ask, right? After all, the two's cultivation had surpassed the sect masters of the two sects, and they no longer asked about the affairs of the two sects. If Qian Leizi wanted to ask, he could only point the spearhead to Shan Xingzi's master, Feng Shu of Immortal Ascension Sect, and Daoist Du Yi's master, Xian Le Sect's Fengshen cultivator Chan Si Miao. Two Fengshen cultivators. Lei Meng Daoist knew that this was impossible. In fact, it was just as Lei Meng Daoist thought. When he returned to Great Thunder Palace and reported this matter to Qian Leizi's face was gloomy, and he said that Xue Xue went to Myriad Thunder Valley as soon as she came out of seclusion, and Wu Ming of Myriad Thunder Valley also just came out of seclusion. After talking with Xue Xue for half an hour, he immediately left a jade slip and left Imperial Thunder Sect with Xue Xue. As for the jade slip, Qian Leizi also looked at it, and it only contained Xue Minghui's last words and a sentence to Wu Qing. Wu Qing, Daddy is gone. Although Daddy feels guilty towards you, Daddy knows that there are some things that must be done. What Daddy wants to do you may not know in your whole life. Perhaps no one in Dawn Rain continent will know. But Daddy must do it. When you grow up you will naturally understand. Alas, yes, there are some things this sect must do. Although I don't want to do it. Qian Leizi sighed and returned the jade slip to Xue Minghui and said, Xiaohua was expelled from Imperial Thunder Sect. There is no need to hide anything. From the moment Xiaohua left Sky Thunder Peak, no matter if he was a terrifying phoenix or a nascent soul nameless, everything about him has nothing to do with my Imperial Thunder Sect. Yes, subordinate understands. Lei Meng Daoist bowed and replied. As for Myriad Thunder Valley, as I said before, it still exists. Qian Leizi looked at the pale Xue Minghui and waved his hand. Wu Ming has done a lot for my Imperial Thunder Sect and he left, but we can't let him be bitterly disappointed in the underworld. Yes, subordinate understands. Lei Meng Daoist's heart warmed and he turned to Xue Minghui and said, everything about Xiaohua from now on has nothing to do with Myriad Thunder Valley. If anyone provokes us again they can come find me. Yes, disciple understands. Xue Minghui only knew about the news of Wu Ming and Xue Xue's death now, and she really didn't dare to believe it. Moreover, until now she didn't know why Xue Xue and Wu Ming died and why Xiaohua died. To them this matter is just a secret. Chapter 3104. Soon after, the Imperial Thunder Sect's order to expel Xiaohua was no longer kept a secret. It quickly spread throughout the entire country of Xi, and then spread to the 3 countries faster than the wind. The terrifying phoenix is Xiaohua, and because Xiaohua violated the Imperial Thunder Sect's rules, his qualifications as a disciple were revoked and he was expelled from the sect. But because of his achievements in the Great Battle of Dao Sword, his cultivation was not abolished. All the cultivators who heard this news were extremely shocked, and they lamented that the world changed too quickly. Just a moment ago he was still a hero in the Great Battle of Dao Sword, but in the blink of an eye he was a sinner. He became a pitiful worm without a sect. Of course, there were still some small sects that began to look for Xiaohua to be an elder or a consecrator. After all, Xiaohua's reputation was too resounding. With such a consecrator, not to mention other things, It would be much easier to recruit disciples. But in just a few days, there was another secret from the Huan country that spread to the 3 countries. The nascent soul cultivator of the Imperial Thunder Sect was none other than Xiao Hua. Moreover, Xiao Hua was a sword cultivator and also knew soul techniques. If Xiao Hua's expulsion from the Imperial Thunder Sect was a small stone thrown into a pond, then Xiao Hua's nascent soul cultivator Wu Ming was a huge rock. The entire 3 countries were shaken. For several months all the cultivators were talking about only Xiao Hua. Some admired him, some were jealous, some were emotional, some were sympathetic, and there were many cultivators who were laughing at the Imperial Thunder Sect. Yes, being able to expel a nascent soul cultivator from a sect. This was unheard of in the Dawn Rain continent. However, whether it was a small stone or a huge rock, in the end it would fall into the pond. When the news of Xiao Hua being chased by 2 middle-stage nascent soul cultivators and 3 nascent soul cultivators falling in the Gui He Sea spread, all the discussions and rumors immediately disappeared. This news was definitely not leaked by Thunder Tablet Taoist and the Imperial Thunder Sect. After all, Thunder Tablet Taoist was not the only one who saw Taoist Du Yi and Shan Xingzi chasing after Xiao Hua. 3 nascent soul cultivators fighting without regard for face naturally attracted people's interest. The rumors and discussions disappeared, but everyone seemed to be listening, waiting for an explanation, waiting for a result. But what made them disappointed was that no matter if it was the Immortal Ascension sect or the Immortal Music sect, they didn't have any intention to explain. Soon, sword cultivators settled in Celestial Patrol City, Heavenly Devil sect established itself in the Cultivation 3 kingdoms, and the true bloodlines of various cultivation clans were gradually stimulated. On the Dawn Rain continent, more and more exciting events appeared. Xiao Hua, a nascent soul cultivator who rose like a comet, was soon forgotten by everyone. Other than Fairy Hongxia, who was in the Valley of Ice, holding a pink jade slip in her hand, her eyes filled with tears. At this moment she was filled with regret. She was extremely regretful of her own willfulness, and also somewhat jealous of Xue Xue's selflessness. She was probably the only one who knew the truth of Xue Xue's death for Xiao Hua. Alas, everything was already in the past. All regret was useless. All the sweet nothings and tit-for-tat were already in vain. Fairy Hongxia looked at the frozen ice shards in the Valley of Ice. She really hoped that Xiao Hua would mysteriously appear again. I thought that you still bore a grudge against Xiao Hua and would not come to pay your respects. How can I bear a grudge against junior brother Xiao? Qian Di Heng's figure flew to the bottom of the valley, his white Taoist robe the same as Sun Shu's. Your Heavenly Thunder Palace disciples as well as the many disciples who returned from Sky Patrol City, aren't they all complaining about Xiao Hua? Sun Shu glanced at Qian Di Heng and said coldly, I seem to have heard someone say it himself. Of course I said it. Qian Di Heng did not deny it. I even said it in front of the sect master. But I know even more clearly. Someone needed me to say it. I also did get that messaging talisman from Xiao Hua. And that messaging talisman indeed. There's no way to explain how it ended up in my hands. Since you understand. Sun Shu still wanted to say but was stopped by Qian Di Heng. There are some things that you don't have to say out loud. But there are some things that you have to say even though you know it's against your heart. You know better than me how Xiao Hua is. I know better than Xiao Hua what you're thinking. But why don't you say it out loud? Sun Shu blushed slightly and shook her head. There are some things that are better left unsaid. Yes. There are some things that are better said than not. Qian Di Heng also nodded. Although this Qian has said those words, it is still better than not saying them. Even though I said it out loud, I still respect junior brother Xiao. Not to mention that he's a nascent soul cultivator. Even if he's a spirit-severing cultivator, he's still my junior brother Xiao. There's no mistake in this life. Saying this, Qian Di Heng walked to the 2 mounds and knelt down. Although there were no tears in Sun Shu's eyes, there was a kind of sadness in them. After a while, Qian Di Heng got up from the ground and looked at Sun Shu. He said indifferently, although Xiao Hua left, the Imperial Thunder Sect still has me. If you have any problems, you can find me. Saying this, his figure flew into the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn it, how could this guy? Zhang Qingxiao, who had experienced Xiao Hua's life and death several times, could not determine whether Xiao Hua was dead or alive. Holding a jade slip in his hand, he frowned and looked at the night sky. My Devil Realm secret technique can determine whether you're dead or alive. Unfortunately, I don't have your blood essence. I don't even have a strand of your hair. Zhang Qingshao scratched his head, but then his eyes lit up and his figure immediately turned into wind. I forgot. You still have Jiang Lu'er by your side. Junior sister has Lu'er's life jade slip. If you die, Lu'er will naturally not be alive. But if Lu'er is no longer here, what should junior sister do? Zhang Qingshao was probably the first one to realize that Xiaohua was not dead, right? As for Sword Domain, in a sword palace, Jiuxia, who still looked like she was in her 20s, simply looked at the sword slip in her hand with disdain. She sneered, Daoist Xiao, that's Daoist Xiao. It would be strange if he could die. Not to mention 2 Yuanying stage cultivators, even if there were 10 he would still be fine. Saying this, she casually threw the sword slip in her hand on the table on the stone wall in the distance. Then she opened her mouth and saw that there was a blue ripple in the sword palace. Layers of sword chi rippled in the sword transformation pool like water waves. As Jiuxia opened her cherry mouth, a wisp of sword chi more sparkling than crystal rushed into her mouth from the sword transformation pool. After half a cup of tea's time, the hedgehog-like sword chi around Jiuxia withdrew back into her body. Jiuxia frowned and slapped her forehead. Something that looked like a nascent soul flew out from her forehead. It was a little pink fox the size of a fist. However, the little fox's tail shook slightly. There were 4 of them. Behind the little fox, a series of afterimages were fanned out. Swift. Jiuxia sat down cross-legged and opened her mouth. The pink chi rushed into the air. The little fox let out a GG sound and opened its mouth. The pink chi entered its mouth. With a light boom, the little pink fox suddenly expanded. Its 4 tails were especially obvious. Pa 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 pa. 4 consecutive sounds rang out as the little fox's 4 tails swung. Inexplicable shattered phantoms appeared from the little fox's tails and gradually gathered together in front of Jiuxia's eyes. When Jiuxia saw it clearly, she couldn't help but frown. Although these afterimages were broken and incomplete, she could clearly see that they were the surging waves of the sea. In all the afterimages besides the waves, she couldn't see anything else. Strange. Jiuxia's face flushed red. She patted her hand and the 4-tailed little fox entered her body. She frowned and said, "It seems that Xiaohua really went to the Kuai Sea. However, my divination technique can't see whether he's dead or alive. If Xiaohua is dead, it's impossible to create this illusion. But if Xiaohua isn't dead, I should be able to see some traces of him in this illusion. I've never encountered such a situation before." On the Dawn Rain continent, people related to Xiaohua were more or less thinking about whether he was dead or alive. But no one would have thought that Xiaohua would really appear in front of them one day. That attitude was so high that it made people look up to him, and so inconceivable. However, this time was so long ago that it was enough to make people forget. Chapter 3105. Everything in the Xiaoyu continent seemed to have nothing to do with Xiaohua, whether it was hatred or longing. Right now he was in the depths of the sea where the waves were surging. His eyes were tightly shut and there was no expression on his face. He was neither sad nor happy. His entire body was slightly curled up and his hands were clenched into fists. His body was moving up and down along with the waves. Sometimes he would be thrown high into the air and sometimes he would be smashed into the bottom of the sea along with the waves. But no matter what, Xiaohua's body would always float back to the surface of the sea very quickly, just like a bird feather, neither flying nor sinking. After an unknown amount of time, the peaceful Guihe Ocean began to bustle with noise and excitement. Previously there were only a few fishes, but now there were gradually more and more fishes. One after another, fishes that were much bigger than Xiaohua rushed out from the bottom of the sea, and cheerfully chased each other through the air. One after another water pillars shot out from the top of these fishes' heads. At the same time, the cyan scales on these fishes' bodies began to shine under the scorching sun, and speckled with splendor. The fishes flying in the air let out a cry and dozens of them flew down. They originally wanted to get close to these fishes, but the water pillars that shot up hit their wings. GG, some of them nimbly landed on these fishes and grabbed several scales. Some of them were hit by those water pillars and fell into the water with a pucici sound. But as soon as they touched the water, these fishes flew up again, and with a jj sound, they flew high into the sky. Occasionally, a loud hong sound would be heard, and an enormous black fish that was several dozen zhang long like a mountain, would rush out from the azure water and rush into the air. Following that, waves of water would surge out. That rumbling sound was actually emitted from the mouth of this enormous fish. This enormous fish's body actually appeared extremely quickly, and in an instant, it would bump into those careless fishes. Pu-piu muffled sounds were heard, and many fishes were actually killed into blood, and slowly slid down from the scales on the fish's body. Hong long long, the enormous fish frightened the fishes, and once again landed on the surface of the sea. Following that, waves of water soared into the sky, and like an earth-shattering water curtain, it once again knocked down many startled fishes. The sky that was originally filled with fishes swimming and birds flying was instantly shattered. What's more, after the giant fish swam away, it was followed by tens of thousands of small fish. These small fish were sparkling and were even smaller than a thumb. Thousands of sparkling lights were like quietly sprinkled mercury on the surface of the jade-green water. It was so beautiful. The sea birds that had been scared away by the giant fish were now chirping excitedly in the air. One by one they swooped down without any regard for their lives. Every time they touched the surface of the sea they would immediately fly higher. Their slender beaks were holding small but plump fish. The chirping of the birds became louder and louder and the sky became even noisier. The sea birds that came out of nowhere covered the surface of the sea within 1,000 feet. Every one of them was in a hurry, but in an orderly manner, they all participated in this rare feast. Specks of spirit fragments, splashes of water and layers of bird feathers, it was a scene of flourishing vitality. When there were fewer little fish there would naturally be fewer seabirds. The sky slowly turned dark again. Following the unknown undercurrent in the sea, behind the tens of thousands of small fish, Xiaohua floated along with the waves. A few seabirds that had arrived late had yet to taste the feast of the sea and sky. They immediately changed their direction, turned their heads and swooped down unwillingly, wanting to take advantage of Xiaohua. However, when they were still a few feet away from Xiaohua, Xiaohua's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Those eyes were not pitch black, only reflecting specks of starlight. Those tens of thousands of starlight were actually faintly moving. Several seabirds seemed to be frightened by the starlight. They forcibly stopped their descent, flapped their wings and hastily fled in a sorry state. While they were struggling, a bird feather leisurely floated towards Xiaohua's face. As if the bird's chirping had alarmed Xiaohua, those starlight violently swayed. A ball of fire flashed in his eyes and his pitch-black pupils slowly appeared. At the same time, a kind of indescribable sorrow emerged from those eyes. Xiaohua's eyes moved and he lightly blew a breath. That fluttering feather was blown to the side, touching the water and floating on the surface of the water. This is... Xiaohua woke up. With a glance, he saw the vast and boundless sky as well as the familiar burning clouds and the gradually setting sun. However, without waiting for him to take a second look, with a plop, Xiaohua's entire body sank into the water. Xiaohua hastily urged his magic power, wanting to use the water avoidance art. Unfortunately, although he used the Heart Sutra, his meridians were empty. Not to mention a trace of magic power, even that golden core, had long since disappeared. Damn it! Xiaohua opened his mouth and a mouthful of seawater immediately rushed into his mouth. Xiaohua helplessly closed his mouth, and with a stroke of his hands, his body nimbly rushed out from the bottom of the sea. Sigh. After decades of hard work I've been beaten back to my original state. Xiaohua's body was originally as light as a goose feather. Later on, after being contaminated with primal chaos energy in the endless void, it returned to its original state, and became as heavy as an ordinary body. And now he slightly balanced himself and his body was once again lying flat on the blue waves. Even his hands were stretched behind his head. The only thing missing was a green foxtail in his mouth, and he looked just like a shepherd boy in a mountain village. Life is always this cruel. As soon as you see the dawn, as soon as you see a trace of hope, your pride will be smashed to smithereens. Xiaohua looked at the dusk sky, the white clouds and the dogs, all dyed in blood red, and his heart was very desolate. Xiaohua slightly pondered in his heart. Ever since he woke up in the Dawn Rain continent until now, fate had been playing tricks on people. From a first-level qi refining cultivator, how many twists and turns had he gone through, how much bitterness had he suffered? With great difficulty he cultivated to the early golden core stage. With great difficulty he fought for a great reputation in the great battle of Dao and Sword. But due to a freak combination of factors, he was unexpectedly expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect. Losing his sect wasn't particularly painful, but what made Xiaohua's heart turn cold was that the frost bamboo he had always placed his hopes on actually wanted to plot against him. What kind of Buddhist expert was this? With great difficulty he came out from the ruins of the Buddhist sect, but he was actually chased by two middle nascent soul stage cultivators. Although Xiaohua had always been worried about this pursuit, he had always been thinking of ways to avoid it, but he didn't expect the momentum to be so fierce, far exceeding his ability. Although he used the Phoenix illusion and Shueishuehe had no choice but to give up their lives for him, he was still captured. If it weren't for the inexplicable threefold formation in this Kuei-He, he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape from the hands of two middle nascent soul stage cultivators. Dozens of years of cultivation were like children in their eyes. And the affairs of the world played tricks on people, although Xiaohua escaped with his life. But all of his cultivation was crippled. The golden core that he had painstakingly condensed had already turned into a trace of flowing water, falling into this Kuei-He and disappearing without a trace. Not only did the cultivation of the Dao sect turn into nothing, even the Buddhist sect's Buddha Sarira had almost disappeared. If it weren't for the 10,000 Buddha painting in the ruins of the Buddhist sect, perhaps the Sarira would never be seen again. Of course, within this threefold formation, the yin-yang seal that was like a fishbone in Xiaohua's throat was also easily broken, no longer leaving behind a trace of hidden danger. Moreover, Xiaohua's soul cultivation was also not affected by these threefold formations. It could also be considered a great fortune amidst misfortune. Let's see how bad it is. Xiaohua thought and was about to use his divine sense. Unfortunately, the Buddha Sarira was gone. How could his divine sense still exist? Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly. Forget it, Xiaohua's mind fell into the space again. The space naturally wasn't affected by the threefold formation. That green-robed Xiaohua sat cross-legged in the sky while holding the sword gourd, his hands occasionally forming hand seals. Cough cough, fellow Taoist. Xiaohua's mind, which had turned into a jade archive, coughed and asked, "Is everything all right?" And green-robed Xiaohua didn't even raise his head as if he already understood everything that happened and replied, "This space is independent of the Dawn Rain continent. It won't be affected by the formation outside." The netherworld sea was turbulent, and gusts of netherworld wind blew in the entire space. Where did the vitality come from? There was only the power of death emitted from the black sun. On the contrary, the netherworld lotus and the netherworld bamboo were still faintly shining. The stone statue was also flickering with demonic fire, constantly burning Zhang Xiaohua. Looking at the netherworld lotus, Xiaohua's heart ached again. He clearly knew that today's situation for Shueishuehe would be many times better than her cultivation achievements. But subconsciously he still hoped that the lively, competitive and possessive Shueishuehe who saw things she liked would be alive and standing in front of him. Chapter 3106. Good fortune, good fortune. Jade Archive. Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. He took a few more glances at the netherworld lotus before leaving the netherworld. Refining a low-level pill was very easy for the Jade Archive Xiaohua, but when Xiaohua took the pill he discovered that he seemed to have made a mistake. Yin and Yang seemed to have an effect on living spiritual objects, but it didn't have an obvious effect on this spiritual grass. Or perhaps Xiaohua didn't notice this effect. The effect of the newly refined pill was no different from what Xiaohua usually took. Of course, Xiaohua wasn't too depressed despite his disappointment. His cultivation had always been very difficult. Even if he cultivated from the beginning, it would only take a few decades. Xiaohua had now made a decision. No matter how thin the heaven and earth spiritual energy was in this Kuei-He, he would only choose a small island and lay down a formation. He wouldn't ask about anything else. He would raise his cultivation to late nascent soul stage or even spirit severing stage. Thinking about the cultivation on the Dawn Rain continent, apart from a very few periods of seclusion, Xiaohua spent most of his time busy with karma and couldn't cultivate in peace. Therefore, the improvement of his cultivation had always been slow, like a child staggering in the mud, and every step he took was extremely difficult. It was also because of this that Xue Xue and Wu Xian fell. Every time Xiaohua thought of Xue Xue and Wu Xian, the two people closest to him on Dawn Rain continent, his heart would feel like it was pierced by a needle. Now he already knew that his enemies were not only the 3 nascent soul stage cultivators from Xi, but also the 2 old monsters whose cultivation had reached spirit severing stage. How could he repeat the same mistake and return to Dawn Rain continent without full confidence? After taking a few medicinal pills, Xiaohua slowly activated his cultivation method to refine the medicinal pills. At the same time, he also activated the dragon transformation art and celestial body bestowment technique. He crazily absorbed a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy from the surroundings of Kuei Hasi. At first it was very small, but then a strong gale gradually formed. After Xiaohua cultivated for a moment, he suddenly discovered with astonishment, that's not right. The deeper I fly into Kuei Hasi, the thinner the heaven and earth spiritual energy is. Why is the heaven and earth spiritual energy here far richer than before encountering the triple formation? Although it still can't compare to Dawn Rain continent, it's enough for cultivation. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was immediately overjoyed. Since the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rich, he naturally had more confidence in recovering his cultivation and advancing to the nascent soul realm. Maybe we should find an island. Xiaohua couldn't use his divine sense at this time, so he naturally looked up. Unfortunately, the waves were boundless in all directions, so how could there be any land? Do you want Little Yellow and the rest to come out? Xiaohua's search was fruitless. Instead he thought of the 2 little fellows. But these 2 fellows finally took the initiative to cultivate. Isn't it inappropriate to disturb them like this? Swoosh. Right at this moment, several silver shuttle-like little silver fishes passed by Xiaohua's surroundings. Quite a few silver fishes even blankly bumped into Xiaohua's body. In the air, the previously dissipated sea birds gathered once again and flew towards Xiaohua while shrieking. Strange. Xiaohua turned his head strangely, only to see that behind him, more than 100 zhang away, something that looked like a brown flower branch poked out of the sea and rushed towards Xiaohua's direction. These peaceful days only lasted for several dozen days. Although the large fish was still swimming towards the east, its body sank into the sea. Xiaohua was helpless. He could only jump down from the large fish's back and continue to soak in the sea. At this time, Xiaohua already had some true essence in his meridians, but it was still somewhat insufficient to activate the flight technique. Of course, this true essence could be used to refine the flight talisman. However, after refining the flight talisman, he would have to spend true essence to activate the flight talisman. Who knew when he would be able to find an island in this vast sea? Xiaohua also wasn't in a hurry to refine the flight talisman, he only focused on taking medicinal pills. In less than 2 days, another large fish passed by Xiaohua's left side, but this large fish was swimming towards the south. Xiaohua didn't say anything further. He landed on the large fish's back and followed it towards the south of the Kuei Sea. After several dozen days like this, the true essence in Xiaohua's body gradually increased. Only then did he have the confidence in his heart. He flew up from the large turtle shell that he had just changed into. He activated the wind escape technique and flew towards the east. His movement didn't matter, but the large turtle immediately sensed it. With its sod sound, it shrunk its neck and dived deep into the Kuei Sea. It was unknown how many years had passed before it dared to come out of the water again. Although he already had enough true essence to support the flight technique, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He continued to take medicinal pills while activating the dragon transformation art and the heavenly infusion technique to speed up his cultivation. Needless to say, the heavenly bestowment technique was already much stronger than before. Without the seal on the middle dantian, the dragon transformation art was obviously much stronger than before. What was special was that when the dragon transformation art was activated, it was relaxed, smooth and cheerful. Xiaohua really enjoyed it. It was far from the previous oppressive and obscure feeling. Sure enough, as Xiaohua thought, the further east he went, the denser the heaven and earth's spiritual qi became. Although the change wasn't particularly big, the amount of heaven and earth's spiritual qi entering Xiaohua's body increased by a lot. Xiaohua could keenly sense it. However, although he had flown for more than 10 days, Xiaohua's feet were still ice-cold seawater. He didn't see any reefs or islands. Looking at the dark clouds in the distance that looked like they were dancing ghosts mixed with a dozen hurricanes rushing towards him, Xiaohua couldn't help but complain inwardly. He had trained in the Kueha Sea before and knew that the Kueha Sea was mostly filled with violent winds and torrential rains. In these 10 days he hadn't encountered any storms. It was truly rare. He naturally also knew that this huge storm might not have any effect on him, but the true essence that he had painstakingly cultivated would be completely exhausted once again. It's best to find a place to shelter from the rain. Xiaohua hurriedly looked around. There seems to be an island over there. Far to the east, at the edge of the torrential rain, Xiaohua could vaguely see a few dark spots under the monstrous waves. These dark spots were mixed with some colorful mottled spots. It was somewhat eye-catching. Unfortunately, Xiaohua currently only had his eyes and soul consciousness. His soul consciousness couldn't reach far. It was difficult for it to be of much use. Immediately, Xiaohua urged his flying technique and hurriedly flew towards those dark spots. Swoosh! Just as Xiaohua approached those dark spots and recognized that they were some reefs that were exposed above the sea surface, the majestic rain and the strong wind blew over. The pitiful Xiaohua was also unwilling to use the golden light protecting his body. With a sweep of his soul consciousness, he found a rather large cave and went in. Although the wind and waves were big, the rain poured down like a waterfall. It had nothing to do with this abject cultivator. Xiaohua even sat cross-legged in the somewhat damp cave and raised his eyes to look at the gloomy sky. He said to himself with extreme regret, "Alas, this storm is still a bit weak. There isn't even any heavenly thunder. It's really boring." Soon after, Xiaohua closed his 5 senses, urged his heart sutra and entered secluded meditation. This secluded meditation lasted for more than 10 days. When he used the sun-shrouding art, his soul consciousness improved and Xiaohua woke up again. He wasn't in a hurry to come out of the cave and hurriedly checked his cultivation. When his soul consciousness entered his lower dantian, he couldn't help but be stunned. As early as when he was in the 5 Elements Annihilation Great Array, Xiaohua already knew that the golden core he had painstakingly spent more than 720 dry separation pills and absorbed countless gold qi and sword qi from the sword mound was completely destroyed by the Great Array. He had no choice but to cultivate from the beginning again step by step. But at this time in his soul consciousness, it wasn't like he had imagined. There was no trace of the golden core at all. On the contrary, at the location of the golden core where the 2 lightning cores were at the front and back of the golden core, and where the tens of thousands of golden cores were originally condensed from gold qi were at, there were traces invisible to the naked eye but detectable by soul consciousness. But these traces seemed to be different from the golden core from before. Previously, in Xiaohua's lower dantian, that golden core was the location of true essence and all the magic power came from there. The 2 lightning cores circled around the golden core one after the other, and traces of lightning rushed into the golden core. All the other gold qi cores didn't produce true essence or magic power. But now, the traces of these golden cores were no different from the traces of the golden core. At least, Xiaohua's soul consciousness couldn't see any difference. So much so that if Xiaohua didn't know that these were traces of the lightning cores being erased, he wouldn't have been able to determine anything special from the traces. Chapter 3107. In other words, these thousands of traces were all the same. They were either traces of the gold core or traces of gold qi. But it was clear that Xiaohua's true essence, which was condensed from true essence, flowed into these traces. These traces were naturally traces of the gold core. Damn it! Xiaohua couldn't help but groan. It was already so difficult for him to condense a gold core. Now, a gold core nebula actually appeared in his lower dantian. Not to mention having a nascent soul, even if he wanted to restore this nebula-shaped gold core to its previous gold core realm, how much effort would it take? Heavens, are you playing with me? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, this was only the first abnormality after the gold core was annihilated. Immediately after, Xiaohua discovered the second abnormality. Because as true essence flowed into his lower dantian, the traces of his gold core didn't change at all. In other words, Xiaohua could sense his own gold core, but it didn't increase in size like an ordinary gold core. Could it be that there are too many nebula-shaped gold cores? My true essence can't be distributed? These gold cores can't increase in size? Xiaohua could only suspect like this, but he already had a premonition in his heart. It seemed that the complexity of the matter was far from what his divine sense could see. As for what the real answer was, the current Xiaohua naturally couldn't explain it. He could only wait until his cultivation gradually recovered in the future, then he could carefully search for it. Thus, Xiaohua temporarily put his lower dantian aside and sent his divine sense into his middle dantian. Following the breaking of the seal in my middle dantian, this Xiao seems to remember that this Xiao cultivated some carefree heart sutra before. Moreover, I cultivated it to the 18th layer of qi refining. And I'm afraid that day when this Xiao insisted that qi refining should be at the 18th layer, it was because of this. Before Xiaohua's divine sense entered his middle dantian, he thought to himself, however, since this middle dantian is also true qi and also an aura refining cultivation base, I'm afraid that it was also completely wiped out by the 5 elements annihilation great formation, right? As Xiaohua thought, his middle dantian was empty, somewhat similar to his lower dantian. However, there was no trace of an aurous core. Instead, it was a sword-shaped primordial spirit that flashed with a faint golden light. Around it were 8 swords of different sizes that rotated extremely slowly. Xiaohua's origin soul that had entered the dream executioner's body looked like a sword, but the golden light around it made it look like a human. However, if one looked closely, they would see that there was a small heart inside the sword. It looked like a beating heart. This surging wave spread out from the sword shape, and through the golden light, it spread to the 8 small swords around it. This small sword also trembled along with the heart-shaped undulations, forming the shape of a heart sword. An indescribable sense of righteousness and sharpness emanated from this sword-shaped primordial spirit. It felt as if it could pierce through the heavens. What a pity for my sword origin. Xiaohua was a little regretful. He knew in his heart that his ability to transform into a sword was simply too coincidental. There would not be a second sword tomb in this world, and there would not be any more gold qi for him to condense sword essence. If he followed the Huan country's sword cultivation method, he would have to work 100 times harder than before to enter the sword transformation realm. Huh. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's mind suddenly lit up as if he had thought of something. Almost impatiently, his divine sense left his middle dantian, and he took out a jade slip. Wasn't this the secret technique from Hutu village's G-Man? After Xiaohua carefully read it, he closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. A rare smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was the first time Xiaohua smiled from the bottom of his heart after the great change. That's right, it should be like this. At this moment, Xiaohua was like a pearl of wisdom in his chest. He laughed softly and said, "My middle dantian's 18th layer of qi refining cultivation has been crippled, but the foundation of my true qi is still there. Isn't it precisely because I can transform my true qi into the righteous qi of Confucian cultivators? Moreover, my sword intent is the heart sword. Isn't it the same as the core heart incantation left by Huang Yi? The most wonderful thing is that the core heart incantation is in the inheritance of Confucian cultivators. I also obtained a core heart from a mysterious space. That core heart is the most righteous qi in the world refined by Confucian cultivators. It can be used to display the core heart incantation. Everything really comes naturally and seamlessly." Go Xiaohua clapped his hands. The Confucian secret technique, core heart tortoise shell, and Confucian clothes were all sent into his middle dantian. They fell in front of his heart sword primordial spirit. His entire middle dantian was immediately illuminated by a red light. Everything was scarlet red. An indescribable feeling emerged from Xiaohua's heart. This feeling was a kind of rebirth, a kind of freedom, a kind of uprightness, a kind of breathing, a kind of lofty sentiments. Hissed Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. The cultivation of Taoism was also extremely subtle. When one cultivated to a profound level, it would also make one's ears prick and cheeks scratch with joy. All kinds of strange feelings would come one after another. Similarly, it was also indescribable with words. However, Xiaohua had never experienced such a grand and unyielding aura like the heart of cinnabar, which pressed forward courageously. It had never appeared even in the sword intent of Huan country's sword cultivators and Xiaohua's uncondensed core heart. And it just so happened that Xiaohua was extremely fond of this incomparably upright momentum. It was also in line with his temperament. How could he not be astonished? Confucian cultivator. Mysterious Confucian cultivator. After Xiaohua's astonishment, he was delighted and sighed. A cultivation path that can stand up to my Taoism. Sure enough, it has its own uniqueness. It's a pity that this righteous path of heaven and earth was actually destroyed by Taoism. It's really a pity. While Xiaohua was thinking, that Confucian robe landed in his middle dantian. It was precisely on the body of the sword-shaped primordial spirit. A rather refined Xiaohua stood majestically in his dantian. An indescribable momentum was emitted from within the red light. After settling the sword-shaped primordial spirit in his middle dantian, Xiaohua's divine sense once again fell into his Naiwan palace. When he saw the layer of faint golden seal characters outside his Naiwan palace, Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. An ancient memory immediately poured into his mind. Innate divine restriction? Rabbit talisman? Golden crow talisman? Xiaohua closed his eyes for a moment. The expression on his face was one of ecstasy and confusion. The extremely powerful capital star formation on Dawn Rain continent is actually only one of the 360 innate divine restrictions on my Naiwan palace. Moreover, it's the simplest defensive formation. The other formations, aren't they even more powerful? But how can my Naiwan palace have so many powerful innate divine restrictions? And I only need to comprehend more of these divine restrictions. Won't I also be able to attain Tao? Unfortunately, Xiaohua's primordial spirit could no longer be separated. After thinking for a moment, he truly sent the almost invisible Buddha Sarira into his Naiwan palace. Then he sent the exquisite leaf scripture that was almost completely repaired in the Buddhist sect's ruins into his Naiwan palace. Similarly, the exquisite derivation pagoda immediately emitted a Buddhist light as soon as it entered. The entire pagoda began to slowly expand until it was more than 90 zhang tall. Every layer was about 10 zhang tall and emitted a golden radiance from within. Understood. Seeing the exquisite derivation pagoda in such a state, how could Xiaohua still not understand? This exquisite derivation pagoda isn't purely used to store gold leaf. Its greatest function is to cultivate Buddha Sarira. Sure enough, when the Buddha Sarira entered the exquisite pagoda, the entire first layer of the exquisite pagoda emitted countless golden radiance like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. That's right, there's also the golden crow I obtained from the Buddhist sect's ruins. In the Buddhist sect's ruins, Xiaohua only obtained a few Buddhist artifacts and the golden crow. Now he naturally had to carefully examine it. Heaven's eye connection? The golden crow that was sent into the exquisite pagoda was also opened. Seeing the golden radiance on the pages, Xiaohua frowned. What is this? However, when he briefly looked through the contents of the book, he couldn't help but be overjoyed again. He thought to himself, people often say that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. Today I escaped from the Buddhist sect's ruins and escaped with my life from the hands of 2 nascent soul cultivators. As expected, I was extremely lucky. Those with the heaven's eye connection can see the 4 great colors of the world through their eyes. It is called the heaven's eye. Later, because of the 3 layers of formations, Xiaohua put the blood ring into the space. He looked at his bloodline and found nothing unusual. His mind entered the space again and took out the blood ring. However, when he took out the blood ring, Xiaohua's mind found something different. What is this? Xiaohua stretched out his hand and a blood-like 5-colored crystal fell into his hand. Why is this thing next to Shang Huaming's god statue? Could it be, this is something from the god statue? Wasn't this god statue sealed in the jade rui by the Empress of the 10,000 demon realm? Chapter 3108. Jade Archive. Xiao Hua frowned as he looked at the god statue that was already standing upright in his space. Because when the entire space was separated into yin and yang, Xiao Hua didn't see this god statue, so it must have happened after that. And in the following period of time, other than grief, Xiao Hua mainly cleaned up the mess and didn't pay too much attention to the god statue's appearance. Today not only did the god statue appear, but it also sent out this blood droplet-like crystal. It was really strange. What happened? Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, then looked at Dai who had returned to the appearance of a little girl. However, this girl had been moved to another place by Xiao Hua. Just like Jiang Luer, she couldn't come into contact with other things in the space. Could it be because this girl returned to her human form? Her aura can make this jade scepter release the god statue? But even if the jade scepter can mistake Dai for the 10,000 Demon Realms Empress, this god statue can't send out this crystal for this reason. Jade Archive. Xiao Hua was very puzzled, but suddenly he grasped at the air again and a rainbow-colored conch-like object appeared in his hand. An inconceivable thought appeared in his mind. Could it be this thing? This 7-colored conch was found by Xiao Hua in the Third Great Formation. At that time, this thing was stagnant in the corner of the Clear Time Demon Formation, which was also the moment before Xiao Hua fell unconscious. Xiao Hua really forgot about this matter. If he didn't remember this matter, he wouldn't know whether to put this thing into the space or not. Xiao Hua's mind withdrew from the space, holding the 5-colored crystal in one hand and the 7-colored conch in the other. His eyes narrowed slightly. Although his face was very calm, his heart was like a raging river and overturning sea. The 10,000 Demon Realms Empress said clearly that she came to the Dawn Rain continent to find a person called Ming Hua. This person's status in the 10,000 Demon Realm, the Empress didn't say clearly, but she only mentioned something about the Demon Clan's body extension technique. It was said that it was a supreme technique that only great sage venerables could cultivate. Ming Hua, who could cultivate this technique? How bad could he be in the 10,000 Demon Realm? What was special was that this so-called 10,000 Demon Realm Empress came to the Dawn Rain continent to search for the person. Xiao Hua knew the weight of this person even if he used his heel. But it just so happened that this dark mantra had a connection with Shang Huaming. The statue left behind in Shang Huaming's ancestral temple could actually be absorbed by the goddess's Jade Rui. Xiao Hua understood that the founder of Shang Huaming's sect was most likely related to the dark mantra. Of course, in the millions of Meng Mountains, Xiao Hua also saw a Grand Witch Elder called Ming Hua. But looking at the Grand Witch Elder's ferocious and ugly appearance, Xiao Hua was too lazy to associate him with the delicate Empress of the 10,000 Demon Realm. Xiao Hua simply didn't take out the Jade Scepter again. Who cares if that dark mantra is the dark mantra that the Empress spoke of? But now, this rainbow-colored conch, which was hidden in the 3-layered array, had actually caused the Jade Rui to release the god statue, and the god statue had even released the mysterious 5-colored crystal. Could only mean that the rainbow conch had an extremely important connection with the dark mantra. Thinking about the 10,000 Demon Realm again, Xiao Hua could almost conclude that this rainbow-colored conch was the original body of dark mantra. That dark mantra must have also encountered this 3-layered array back then. No, it was very likely that there was a great secret in this 3-layered array. Dark mantra wanted to explore this secret with his own power, so he was trapped in the array. But Dark Mantra's cultivation base couldn't resist the corrosion of the Song of Time after all. In the end, he had to transform into his original body and condensed in one place of the array, not daring to move at all to resist this array. If it wasn't for meeting Xiao Hua, Ming Hua probably wouldn't know how long he would stay here. Of course, Xiao Hua's various guesses were based on the premise that the release of the 5-colored crystal was due to the rainbow-colored conch entering his space. If there were other reasons that he didn't know, he wouldn't be able to say anything. Under this 3-layered array, what secret is hidden? Xiao Hua thought of this and his gaze became a little distant. Is it an ancient relic? Or a treasure of the Demon Clan? It actually allowed a powerful Demon Clan expert to come from the Demon Realm to the Dawn Rain continent, and even be trapped in this array for so many years? Hee. Thinking of the power of the 3-layered array, Xiao Hua looked at the dark rainy night again and mocked himself. Who cares what kind of treasure it is? Not to mention that I don't know the location of the 3-layered array. Even if I can find it, I'm afraid I can't go in again. 5 Elements Annihilation Array. All things of the 5 elements will be destroyed by it. Song of Time Demon Array. Even a nascent soul with a lifespan of 1,000 years will be obliterated by it. The heavens really have eyes for me to be able to take it out to escape. Immediately, Xiaohua didn't dare to throw away the rainbow-colored conch and also sent it into the space. However, he was far away from Jiang Luer and Dai and didn't let them be together. Then Xiaohua was about to send the 5-colored crystal into the space, but he stopped again. He thought to himself, the bone-tempering technique of the Sunset Island has been cultivated for a long time. But I haven't obtained the earth origin, so the bone tempering has been unable to reach perfection. This needs to be found. But the primordial spirit left in the bones can't rest. I might as well let it practice Shang Huaming's bone tempering technique. Since I'm going to cultivate it, I'll also comprehend the 5-colored crystal. That's right. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up again. Also, that heavenly laws embodiment technique, my physical body seems to have comprehended it, but I can't use it. The Xiao's bones, can they be used? Also, if this rainbow-colored conch is really the dark flower, then this 5-colored crystal is also a holy object. Even if it isn't, I can still obtain some body extension technique from him. Can I cultivate the body extension technique outside of the heavenly laws embodiment technique? Thus, the bone tempering that had been stagnant all this time was further cultivated under Xiaohua's arrangement. After arranging the bone cultivation, Xiaohua sent the blood ring back into his body. Although there was no primordial spirit left in his blood vessels, it was just as Xiaohua had thought before. He had succeeded in cultivating the blood shadow technique. This blood drop paradise was a technique of the devil realm. Using the blood shadow technique to control his blood vessels, and using the black flame and devil qi in the blood ring, he could cultivate it. In particular, Xiaohua's physical body was a demigod body. It could block all probing with divine sense, so the devil qi in his blood vessels wouldn't leak out. Crack crack crack. Xiaohua had just finished arranging everything for his cultivation and had just pulled his mind out of the mysterious dark cloud of soul cultivation when he heard the sound of heavenly thunder outside. Countless lightning bolts were wreaking havoc on the surface of the gui. He see as if there was no one there. Ha! Xiaohua laughed a few times. He urged his remaining primordial spirit to fly out of the cave, and shouted loudly, "Why is the heavenly law? Life and death come first. The heavenly law is not few. I will follow the path of karma. Today I will enter the cycle of reincarnation again. I will cultivate the golden body again. Don't talk about looking down on the world. Don't talk about revenge. I will hold up the sky with one hand and kill all the evildoers in the world." Just as he finished laughing, a lightning bolt as thick as a thumb struck down. It was the power of heaven and earth laughing at Xiaohua's pride. Go! Xiaohua released the Buddha Sarira. The Buddha Sarira now was different from before. In the past, the Naiwan Palace was in the Buddha Sarira. The Buddha Sarira couldn't come out of Xiaohua's body, so Xiaohua used the projection of the Buddha Sarira. Now that the Buddha Sarira was reborn, it fell into the sea of consciousness of the Naiwan Palace, so it could freely enter and leave the Naiwan Palace. As Xiaohua sent the Buddha Sarira out, the lightning bolt really hit the Sarira. Zilala! A little bit of golden light came out of the Sarira. The storm in the QC had always been the main theme. This storm that Xiaohua had not encountered for a long time had lasted for more than 10 days. Xiaohua had even sent the Buddha Sarira into the sky and was continuously bombarded by the heavenly lightning for 4 to 5 days. In the end, the heavenly lightning might have been exhausted. Only then did it stop and change into a torrential downpour. In the beginning, Xiaohua didn't dare to use his body to touch the lightning of the Buddha Sarira. He could only hide under the Buddha Sarira. Afterwards, Xiaohua simply took out that indescribable small bucket. The small bucket also attracted the lightning. When the lightning fell into the small bucket, a small amount of lightning leaked out from the small bucket's damaged area and landed on Xiaohua's body. This little bit of heavenly lightning was undeniably hard for Xiaohua's body to bear, but every time the lightning struck, the nebula golden core in his lower dantian would flicker and give birth to purple lightning. Moreover, during the lightning strikes, an indescribable feeling of fullness filled Xiaohua's body and even flowed into the space. Therefore, Xiaohua gradually used this little bit of heavenly lightning to temper his body. Seeing that the rain had stopped and the clouds had dispersed, a slanting ray of sunlight shone through the thick black clouds, like a sword of light piercing into the sea. That boundless brilliance was born from the waves of snow that were still rolling up. Xiaohua put away the Buddha's saraira and was about to take out a set of Taoist robes from the space. However, his gaze fell on the extremely dazzling seven-colored brilliance in the waves of snow. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then he looked left and right in disbelief. He released his divine sense again and looked at the surrounding several hundred zhang. He clapped his hands and laughed. Isn't this the great flag reef that disappeared? How did it run here? Sure enough, under Xiaohua's feet was a messy reef. Countless intersecting reefs jutted out of the sea. Many parts of these reefs were damaged, showing signs of being damaged. Below these reefs, there was a layer of thin fingernail-sized protrusions. These protrusions were seven-colored and extremely dazzling. At this moment, under the illumination of the sunlight, they refracted the sunlight and looked like seven-colored stone pillars. Wasn't this the great flag reef where Xiaohua and Xue met Kwa Qiao and Kwa rhyming in the Gui Sea? The dangers of the great flag reef were still in front of him, but this great flag reef was no longer the great flag reef. That considerate person was also gone. Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. Things were still the same, but people were different. Chapter 3109. Perhaps it's fate. Xiaohua looked to the west. Although the sun had yet to set, the west was shrouded in mist and he couldn't see anything. He sighed and thought, it's said that the deeper you fly, the more dangerous it is. Moreover, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is increasingly scarce and not suitable for cultivation. However, this Xiao has already experienced the dangers of the Qianhe Sea. I didn't expect that in the depths of the sea, there would be a place with such dense spiritual energy. Of course, this Xiao's current cultivation doesn't necessarily rely on spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Since I encountered Great Flag Reef here, this Xiao will cultivate in seclusion here. Immediately, Xiaohua found a slightly flat place and sat down cross-legged. He took out a few refined pills and put them into his mouth. Dragon transformation art and heavenly body bestowment technique were used at the same time. Strands of water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth were produced nearby like a hurricane and rushed into Xiaohua's body. Soon the sun set and the stars filled the sky. Countless astral powers from the outer realms blew down. Not only did it cover Xiaohua, even the vicinity of Great Flag Reef was gradually submerged in the astral powers. Under the Qianhe Sea, the fishes were attracted by the astral powers and gathered together. Unknowingly, several months had passed like this. Xiaohua had gradually become accustomed to this kind of lonely cultivation. Every time he woke up from a short period of seclusion, he would immediately enter the space. Although the inside of the netherworld didn't change at all, Xiaohua's heart was at ease every time he saw the two purple balls on the netherworld bamboo and netherworld lotus. Gradually, the grief and indignation began to calm down. Whether it was the cultivation of the Tao sect or the Buddha's saraira, they were all steadily recovering. However, the heart of elixir of the Confucian cultivator had once again exceeded Xiaohua's expectations. In just a few short months, Sword Heart Xiaohua had already successfully transformed the foundation of the 18th layer of the Carefree Heart Sutra of the Middle Dantian into the righteous qi of the Confucian cultivator using a secret technique. He had passed through the most basic stage of refining essence into qi of the Confucian cultivator. Moreover, the righteous qi was gradually fusing with the heart of core. When the time was ripe, he could immediately use the torch imparting technique to directly receive the crystallization of Confucianism within the heart of core. Thus, in one fell swoop he would enter the true stage of refining qi and returning spirit. Xiaohua even has a feeling that with the foundation of the 18th layer of the qi refining realm in his middle dantian, his Confucian cultivation technique might even surpass that of Taoist and Buddhist cultivators, allowing him to refine the spirit and return to the void. He might even be able to reach the final stage of the void refinement fusion stage. Little Yellow, Little Black and Little Silver also came out of Xiaohua's space many times. Especially after coming out at night and obtaining the Star Force, he no longer wanted to cultivate in the space at night. After Xiaohua heard Xiao Hei's explanation, he suddenly understood. Although he didn't know what was around him at night, it was obvious that this was the thing that he refined when he closed his eyes to refine pills at night. Since this thing was useful to Blackie and the others, he naturally kept them by his side. Time is the song of Zhaoga. After a song is sung, another song will rise. When this Xiao returns to the Dawn Rain continent, it will be the time of Xiaoga's prime. Xiaohua woke up one day and checked his cultivation base. Confidence rose in his heart. He looked in the direction of the Dawn Rain continent in the west and said indifferently. Then Xiaohua entered the space and took some pills from the green-robed Xiaohua. He came out and was about to take them and go into seclusion again. Little Silver, who was next to Xiaohua, suddenly became impatient and flew to Xiaohua's side. Lying on Little Yellow's back on the reef, Little Silver hurriedly chirped. It was strange. If they were inside the space, Xiaohua would be able to understand what Little Silver was saying, but outside the space Xiaohua couldn't. Roar roar. Little Yellow was a little impatient and seemed to be blaming Little Silver. But Little Silver's little tail curled up pitifully in midair and trembled slightly. He held his paws in front of his chest, looking so pitiful that even Xiaohua's heart ached a little when he saw it. Without another word, Xiaohua sent Little Yellow and the other two into the space. His own mind also turned into a jade archive and Xiaohua entered it. "What are you doing?" Little Yellow's voice rang out. "Can't you see that Mummy is cultivating outside?" "Mummy, Mummy." Little Silver's small voice rang out. "Mummy, tell Mummy that I feel something. Let's go." Boy feels that something very powerful is coming. What powerful thing? How come Mummy doesn't know? Little Yellow was about to scold Little Silver when Jade Archive Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and cursed inwardly. Although Xiaohua had escaped the pursuit of perfected duty and kindness Xingzi and escaped with his life through the triple array, it was obvious that perfected duty and kindness Xingzi had been entrusted by someone to chase after Xiaohua. The two of them and Xiaohua had both disappeared, so how could the people behind them not ask about it? Xiaohua had encountered the triple array, but that didn't mean that everyone who entered the depths of Kuei-he Sea would encounter it. What if someone else also came after him? Damn it! Jade Archive Xiaohua almost slapped his forehead. Why did I overlook this? Although Shuai predicted that I would definitely be able to escape if I went deep into Kuei-he Sea, she didn't say that I would definitely be able to escape the pursuit of those two people. I still haven't fully comprehended the capital stars array, and I haven't refined enough jade talismans, so I can't escape their search on Great Flag Reef. Thinking this, Xiaohua didn't dare hesitate as he hurriedly escaped from the space. He didn't linger at all as he activated the wind escape technique and flew east again. He had only flown for a few li when a powerful and ice-cold divine sense came from the north like frost. It swept past Xiaohua and immediately locked onto him. An irresistible coldness, mixed with sharpness, instantly pierced Xiaohua's divine sense. Moreover, it followed the divine sense and attacked Xiaohua's Naiwen palace. An image of a figure more than 10 zhang tall, surrounded by black qi and with a dozen or so huge tentacles instantly appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Ah! Xiaohua screamed with almost no strength to fight back as he fell from the sky. He fell into the water with a splash. Seeing that Xiaohua couldn't withstand a single blow, the divine sense that had hit him immediately withdrew and swept elsewhere. However, the remnant divine sense didn't stop as it rushed towards Xiaohua's Naiwen palace. Buzz! Golden light flashed on Xiaohua's Naiwen palace as the rabbit talisman appeared and blocked the divine sense. Phew! Xiaohua fell into the water. Seeing that the rabbit talisman was successful, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to devour the divine sense and allowed it to slowly disappear. Then he activated his magic power, used the water avoidance technique and quietly went south from the bottom of the water. After flying for a few li, Xiaohua came out of the water again. With a flash of black qi, he used the ink trace concealment technique, which was even more handy than before, and quickly escaped towards the east. In the north, less than 100 miles away from the Great Flag Reef, there was a sea beast that was more than 100 feet in size. It was rushing towards the Great Flag Reef at a speed that was several times faster than the flying boat. The sea beast waved its dozens of huge tentacles in the air. Every time it waved its tentacles, there would be a whooshing sound. It was the sound of the air being torn apart by the tentacles. Not long after, the sea beast appeared in the vicinity of Great Flag Reef. With a rumbling sound, a powerful current emerged from the surface of the sea and carried the sea beast into the air. The huge body of the sea beast circled around the entire Great Flag Reef a few times before it landed at the place where Xiaohua was meditating earlier with a rumbling sound. It paused for a moment. Roar roar. A few frustrated roars came from the back of the sea beast. Then the sea beast waved its two tentacles and smashed down on Great Flag Reef. Rumble rumble rumble. A series of collapsing sounds could be heard. At least 30% of Great Flag Reef had been destroyed by the sea beast. The sea beast was still unwilling to give up. It suddenly charged into the depths of the sea, causing waves that soared into the sky and crashed against the Great Flag Reef. Its enormous body gradually disappeared, and its direction was the direction that Xiaohua had headed to earlier. Damn it. Xiaohua used the trace concealment technique to quickly fly towards the east. While escaping, he cursed, "This Xiao thought it was those two old bastards from Immortal Ascension School and Immortal Music Sect chasing after me. Turned out to be an extremely powerful sea beast. Yeah, it's no wonder. This Kueha Sea is the world of sea beasts. It would be strange if there weren't any sea beasts. Unfortunately, this Xiao's cultivation hasn't recovered yet. Otherwise, how could I let you leave so easily?" After that, Xiaohua didn't dare be careless. As he flew, he refined the jade talisman for the capital star array, preparing to use it when he reached a safe island. Xiaohua even let little silver out. As soon as he sensed a terrifying aura, Xiaohua immediately used the trace concealment technique to escape. Like this, he flew for several more months. Although Xiaohua was very cautious, the sea beasts encountered a lot of danger along the way. There were even a few times when he was almost killed by sea beasts. Because in the depths of Kueha Sea there were actually more sea beasts. Furthermore, many sea beasts had special magical abilities that Xiaohua couldn't compare to. There were even some sea beasts that could detect Xiaohua's trace concealment technique and forcibly knock him out. In the end, seeing that the jade talisman for the capital star array had been refined, Xiaohua didn't dare to fly any deeper into Kueha Sea. He knew that although the spirit chi of heaven and earth was a lot richer than before, the deeper he went, the denser it would definitely be. Who knew, he might even reach a paradise. However, he already didn't have the fortune to enjoy it. If he flew any further, he would definitely become food in the stomachs of sea beasts. Let's find an island as soon as possible. Xiaohua released his Buddhist consciousness. Compared to divine thought, Buddhist consciousness was, after all, simple and not easy to discover. This was something Xiaohua discovered after experiencing several dangers. There really weren't many islands in the depths of Kueha Sea, but even so, most of them were occupied by some strange sea beasts. As soon as they saw Xiaohua approach, they would immediately rush out of the island, and even a group of sea beasts would protect the island. Seeing this, Xiaohua was very astonished. This was something he hadn't encountered when he was training in Kueha Sea the last time. Even when he was talking to the island master and elders of Sunset Island, he hadn't heard them mention it. In Xiaohua's eyes, the behavior of these sea beasts was almost the same as that of ordinary cultivators. Chapter 31:10. The sea beasts in the depths of Kueha Sea are really going to become demons. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he gave in and went to other places to find a place to settle down. Although the strength of many sea beasts was far inferior to Xiaohua's, and Xiaohua was satisfied with the island, it was difficult for Xiaohua to have the idea of forcing them to leave their home. After all, he had escaped far away from home. Putting himself in their shoes, the soft-hearted Xiaohua couldn't be ruthless. Thus, Xiaohua had no choice but to fly towards the east for many days before he finally found a suitable island. This island was not big, only a few kilometers in radius. There were no spirit grasses or spirit trees on it, only clusters of seaweed floating around the island. The entire island was not ordinary, there were no layers of rocks or moist soil. Although the entire island had undulating hills, these hills seemed to be connected. On the hills, the ground between the hills had layers of ripples, as if waves had condensed on it. Xiaohua had been to the Flame Forest Marsh and had seen the flow of magma in the Fire Lake, as well as the appearance of the magma around the Fire Lake. Although he had never seen magma gushing out of QC, he naturally understood the origin of this lava island after thinking about it for a while. Since this lava island had emerged from the bottom of the sea, it must have been born from the Fire Lake at the bottom of the sea. Although the lava was rich in fire attribute world energy, It was not suitable for sea beasts that needed water attribute world energy. Moreover, it was impossible for spirit grasses and other things to grow here, so it seemed that no sea beast had come to occupy this island. Forget it, here it is. Xiaohua thought about the sea beast he had just encountered. His body was incomparably huge. He was not afraid of his spiritual sense attack at all. When the wishful staff hit the sea beast's tail, it only let out a roar. Xiaohua's execution spirit Yuan light was still being sacrificially refined and could not be used. Xiaohua also couldn't use other means and could only flee in panic. He had only flown so far and had already encountered such a powerful sea beast. If he continued to fly, he would be courting death. Xiaohua's life was very precious now. If there was nothing special, he would never take too much risk. Immediately, Xiaohua used the earth escape technique to dive into the depths of the island. Sure enough, as Xiaohua thought, the fire attribute world energy in the depths of the island was abundant. Unfortunately, the lava island's soil was simply too solid. Xiaohua was unable to go any further after using earth evasion. Xiaohua released his Buddhist perception to take a look. This place was several miles away from the sea surface. Ordinary sea beasts were unlikely to find this place, so they wouldn't be harassed. Especially for this kind of barren island, even if the old farts from the Immortal Music sect and the Immortal Ascension sect came to look for it, they definitely wouldn't care too much. Then Xiaohua took out the wishful staff and casually chiseled out a space of 10 feet in size. Then he released a few puppets and flew out again. After Xiaohua had finished inspecting the surrounding 10 miles, he flew back. At this time, a simple cave dwelling that was several tens of feet in size had been opened up by the puppet. Anyway, Xiaohua didn't plan to grow flowers and plants in this immortal cave. It was already enough for him to use. There aren't many islands nearby, and the closest one is around 10 kilometers away. Furthermore, the strength of that strange sea beast is only around the middle stage of Foundation establishment. You won't pose any threat to me. Most of the other islands were similar to this one, made of lava. However, they are all extremely small and can't be used. Xiaohua looked around the cave dwelling. He had never been a picky person, so he was very satisfied. He stored the puppet into the space and rubbed his nose as he thought. However, Xiaohua almost jumped up immediately. Damn it, are you kidding me? On the Dawn Rain continent, a Foundation establishment cultivator is a senior, a realm that thousands of aura refining disciples can't reach in their lifetime. However, in the depths of this QC, any random sea beast has the strength of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Do you still want me to live? If there really comes a day when the sea beasts of this QC attack the Dawn Rain continent, even if it's the Cultivation 3 countries, it would be difficult to deal with, right? Moreover, I haven't gone to the depths of the QC yet. Just now, I'm afraid the one that almost stopped me was a gold core cultivator. Doesn't that mean there are even nascent soul cultivators inside? Too scary, too scary. I'd better cultivate honestly. Xiaohua was very careful. He was especially cautious as he threw out the jade talismans of the capital star array one by one. He looked at the entire array very carefully several times. Then he grabbed with his hand. The entire array flickered with brilliance and covered the cave dwelling. It disappeared without a trace from the lava island. Even so, Xiaohua was still not at ease. After a while, he came out of the star array again and released his Buddhist consciousness to explore from the outside for a while. Only then did he feel relieved. He turned to look at the misty place in the west and narrowed his eyes. A rare trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Then he turned around and rushed into the island. The sun and the moon are like shuttles weaving all things in the world. Time is like a song singing all kinds of things in the world. The Feather Immortal Assembly back then was forgotten by others, and the Great War of Tao and Sword today was still forgotten by others. Under the control of the two primordial spirit images, they directly had the power of a spirit tool. Xiaohua originally thought that his Confucian cultivator's cultivation method would surpass the Buddhist sect's cultivation method. However, during cultivation he discovered that his Buddha Sarira's advancement was even smoother than before. Not to mention the daily cultivation of the Exquisite Heart Sutra in the Exquisite Derivation Pagoda. Just the premonition of a thunderstorm and sending the Buddha Sarira out of the Great Formation to be struck by lightning also accelerated the growth of the Buddha Sarira extremely quickly. In particular, with the nearly complete Exquisite Heart Sutra, Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira was completely condensed from the beginning. Moreover, every time he completed a layer of cultivation, a lotus would be born on the lotus throne. Before this lotus reached perfection, it would absolutely not allow the Buddha Sarira to enter the next layer of cultivation. Therefore, the cultivation of the Buddhist sect was 10 times more difficult than that of the Confucian cultivators. But even so, Xiaohua still cultivated the Buddha Sarira to a size of 4 chi. In other words, it was the 4th layer of the Exquisite Leaf Sutra. Moreover, the 4th layer of the Exquisite Leaf Sutra began to gradually condense and advance towards the 5th layer. As for the 9 characters mantra, Xiaohua had already comprehended the 4th character in the Buddhist sect's ruins. Until now he had not made any other breakthroughs. What made Xiaohua feel a little strange was the Buddha fire. Previously, after entering the 3 layers of formation, Xiaohua saw that the situation was not good and transferred everything in his body into the space. The small bucket and other items in the Buddha fire were also the same. However, the Buddha fire itself could not be moved and could only be placed in the Buddha Sarira. However, as the Buddha Sarira was repaired, the Buddha fire was born again. Moreover, according to Xiaohua's observation, not only did the Buddha fire not receive any damage, it became even denser. In particular, the originally invisible golden threads could now be faintly seen. They swayed along with the flickering of the Buddha fire, very dazzling. This Buddha fire was the immeasurable karmic fire Xiaohua already knew. However, he did not know what the golden threads in the immeasurable karmic fire were. However, he still took out the small bucket and used it on the night of the lightning strike. When not in use, he placed it in the Buddha fire to refine it. Chapter 31:11. Compared to the cultivation of Buddhist and Confucian cultivators, Xiaohua's biggest headache was the cultivation of Taoism. The cultivation of Taoism was originally his specialty, but now, it made it difficult for him to make any progress. Xiaohua's golden core in his lower dantian could no longer be seen. However, because it had experienced the 3 elements lightning tribulation, the 5 elements annihilation great array could not completely erase it. Xiaohua could still sense some traces. After that, Xiaohua's cultivation proved that this golden core could still be reformed. However, after 100 years of cultivation, the golden core still could not be formed. However, it was also wrong to say that it did not form. Xiaohua could clearly sense that the nebula-shaped golden core had different sizes. Moreover, they were all different sizes. Xiaohua could even sense traces of lightning on each golden core. However, his divine sense could not see them. In other words, Xiaohua's current golden core was not only a nebula, it was made up of many golden cores. Moreover, he had refined it into a dark core. A golden core that could not be sensed with divine sense. This kind of golden core, how could it conceive a baby? The jade slip in Xiaohua's hands had never recorded this before. Therefore, even though Xiaohua's cultivation had reached the late stage of golden core, he still did not have any signs of conceiving a baby. The most important thing was that he did not know how to conceive a baby and did not know how to do it. Regarding this, Xiaohua could only describe it as the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. While smiling bitterly, Xiaohua carefully pondered. According to the strangeness of his golden core, it should be related to the 5 elements annihilation great array. That great array that annihilated all 5 elements. Although it did not destroy Xiaohua's golden core that had undergone the 3 elements lightning tribulation, it still left behind a source of trouble. The golden core could not be formed normally. Also, it was related to Qin Jian's invisible golden thread sword. At that time, Xiaohua was holding this sword. The main body of this sword was also part of the 5 elements. Naturally, it could not escape the great array's annihilation. But this flying sword was formless. The material within it might have surpassed the 5 elements and could not be obliterated by the great array. And this formless material had been rushed into Xiaohua's dantian by the great array, fusing together with the traces of Xiaohua's golden core. This might be the reason why Xiaohua's golden core was formless. In addition to cultivating Buddhism, Taoism and Confucianism, Xiaohua's blood drop paradise had also made small progress. His blood was originally the bright red of his bloodline, but now it was mixed with strands of devil qi. Within the devil chi there were countless devil lights. These devil lights were sparkling and translucent, almost condensing into crystal threads. Within these crystal threads, there were also golden threads that divine will could not detect. As for the heavenly man-body infusion technique, heavenly laws embodiment technique, dragon transformation art, and the others, they had also made great progress. However, these improvements were still lacking compared to the main cultivation method that he had been cultivating. Forget it. On this day Xiaohua came out from his meditation. He stood up impatiently and said in self-mockery, "It seems that I really don't have the fate of being pregnant." After reading these nascent soul cultivation methods, there was no improvement at all. If I don't return to the Dawn Rain continent to find some opportunities, I'm afraid that I can only seek breakthroughs in other areas. However, if I want to refine Buddhism and Confucianism to the spirit-severing stage, it will be extremely difficult. As he spoke, Xiaohua flew out of the capital star formation and rushed to the surface of the Guihe Sea. It was noon and the scorching sun was overhead, making the entire surface of the water hot. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked to the west. His eyes turned and he said in a strange tone, "It's already been 100 years. Why haven't those two old monsters come to find me? Could it be that they really think that I have fallen? Or perhaps they have already come, but they didn't discover my capital star formation? Yes, the two seals on my body have already been broken. Even if they, damn it." Thinking up to here, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and immediately came to a realization. That's right, since there is no seal, even if the two of them come before me again, as long as I use the sky-stealing sun-swapping secret technique, how could they recognize me? However, Xiaohua immediately shook his head. Forget it, I definitely can't take this risk. They are at least spirit-severing stage old monsters. What kind of methods do they have? I will definitely not return to the Dawn Rain continent if I don't have absolute confidence. I can't afford to provoke those two old monsters. That old monster not far from me is probably not my opponent now, right? Today I will go and find him. Xiaohua's gaze moved from the west to the north, and the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. It turned out that when Xiaohua was in seclusion he would often come out to find some fun from time to time. Starting from the island closest to him within a radius of 1,000 li, the sea beasts on hundreds of islands of various sizes were provoked by Xiaohua for no reason. The strength of the sea beasts on these islands was also very different from foundation establishment to nascent soul. Xiaohua was almost invincible among the sea beasts within 1,000 li. However, 10 years ago Xiaohua encountered a sea beast with a large body, a strong body and profound magic power. He thought that the heaven pacifying staff was extremely easy to refine, and that it would take at most 10 years to refine it. But when he really refined it he realized the trouble inside. To refine ordinary magic tools and magic treasures, he only needed to quench the impurities in the materials to use it. But the heaven pacifying staff was different. The 5 elements were the 5 elements, and any other trace could not be integrated into the 5 elements star disk. Therefore, the countless materials in the soul nest were refined by the primordial spirit transformed green-robed Xiaohua bit by bit using the thunder refining technique. After refining for 100 years he finally finished refining the materials for the heaven pacifying staff. Fortunately, Xiaohua had obtained the thunder refining technique. Otherwise, it was really impossible to refine the 5 elements materials so pure. Later it took more than 10 years to use the blood refining technique to fuse these materials with the 5 elements star disk. Finally, the wishful staff in Xiaohua's hand was also fused into it, refining it into a better wishful staff than the heaven pacifying staff. In the hands of Xiaohua, the wishful staff could be shrunk to the size of an inch, and the largest could be 10 zhang with a thickness of a few feet. Although it could not really reach the point of reaching the heavens, Xiaohua was happy to scratch his ears and cheeks. Today Xiaohua dared to provoke the sea beast again because of the success of the wishful staff. Roar! Seeing Xiaohua waving the wishful staff, the sea beast roared and waved the 2 tentacles in front of its head. Kacha-kacha sounds came from the tentacles and hit Xiaohua's wishful staff. With a loud ka sound, the wishful staff hit one of the sea beast's tentacles, and several sparks were produced. The sea beast's figure retreated a few feet. Looking at the tentacle that was hit, There were some cracks in front of it like a flying sword. The sea beast spat out a breath of clear air which fell on the tentacle, but the cracks quickly healed. Chapter 31:12. Oh. Xiaohua was also stunned when he saw this. He laughed and said, "It turns out that the old monster Xia also has a secret technique. However, today is different from the last time. This Xiao will let you see this Xiao's secret technique again." As he spoke, his body trembled. Grow. Following this mantra, a ball of golden light appeared around Xiaohua's body. Then a whirlwind appeared and countless water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into Xiaohua's body along with the heavenly laws embodiment technique. Very quickly, a 30-meter-tall Dharma idol appeared in front of the sea beast along with Xiaohua's body. The sea beast didn't seem to understand what Xiaohua was doing. When the Dharma idol appeared, the sea beast suddenly woke up, roared and rushed toward Xiaohua without fear. Grow, Xiaohua shouted again. The thickness of the wishful steel staff was a few feet long, and it was held in the hands of Fa Xiang. The sound of the wind whistling came from the head of the staff. Boom. There was a loud noise, and it hit the tentacles of the sea beast with great accuracy. As Xiaohua's staff fell, the tentacles of the sea beast immediately turned into powder, and a mass of water-blue blood sprayed out and scattered in the sea breeze. Moreover, the huge body of the sea beast was also repelled by the staff. Xiaohua laughed. "Eat this Xiao's staff again." Immediately, Xiaohua's staff avoided the water-blue brilliance on the tentacles of the sea beast and hit the body of the sea beast. Boom, there was another loud bang and a water-blue brilliance was born from the head of the staff. Unfortunately, this brilliance was instantly shattered by the staff. Similarly, after the brilliance there was a gotcha sound. The previous defense that could not be broken by the seal of turning the sea was like a clay sculpture under the heavy blow of the staff, and cracks immediately appeared. Xiaohua had no doubt that as long as he added another strike, the body of the sea beast would definitely be smashed into powder, just like the tentacles of the sea beast just now. Wing. But at this moment Xiaohua had just raised the staff, and a slight roar was born from the sea beast's body. A watery brilliance followed the sea beast as it opened its mouth. In an instant, it surrounded an area of several dozen feet. Xiaohua's magic power was immediately confined, and even his divine sense was forced back into his Naiwan palace. Not only that, but Xiaohua's Dharma idol flashed with brilliance and quickly shrank back into his body. Even the wishful steel staff fell into his hand and turned into a 3-foot size. It was as if Xiaohua's spiritual power was insufficient and he was forced to defend himself. However, just as the sea beast opened its mouth and extended its sword-like tongue towards Xiaohua's forehead, Xiaohua sneered and opened his mouth. Puff! Primordial unity azure light flew out, streaking through the air like a waterfall. Crack! Crack! Several crisp sounds rang out. In the blink of an eye, the tiny azure light rolled several times around Xiaohua, and the space sealed by the sea beast was immediately shattered. The sea beast was so scared that it hurriedly retracted its tongue. Xiaohua laughed and threatened with the wishful steel staff in his hand. "Old monster crab, eat this Xiao's staff again." Poof! Not waiting for Xiaohua to raise the wishful staff, the sea beast hurriedly opened its mouth again, and a dazzling brilliance emerged from there, and a water-blue bead flew out of the sea beast's mouth. This bead was not round but square. The brilliance around the bead was also condensed, and its shape was very similar to the sea beast's. With the appearance of the bead, an aura that swept across several miles was born from the bead, firmly covering Xiaohua. This aura was terrifying, wild, and bloodthirsty. Two thin crystal threads shot out from the eyes of the sea beast on the bead and pierced towards Xiaohua. With a crack, the tiny azure light immediately cut the crystal threads. Unfortunately, the crystal threads flickered and the tiny azure light cut through nothing. Amazing! Xiaohua's expression did not change as he praised. Then with a wave of his hand, a sword gourd appeared in his hand. Quick! Xiaohua pointed his finger and a faint gray color appeared from the sword gourd. This gray color seemed to have a nose and eyes, but now it was too blurry and could not be seen clearly. However, with the appearance of the gray color, the unclear mouth and nose faced the sea beast. The sea beast's bead immediately stopped in midair, and even the crystal threads were instantly retracted. At the same time as the crystal threads were retracted, one green and one red sword light flew out and landed on the sea beast's neck. Of course, it only landed on the bead, not on the bead. This three-legged golden crow's soul essence is really powerful. It can even nail the soul essence of this sea beast. Xiaohua looked at the sword gourd in his hand and the sword light that landed on the sea beast's neck and smiled proudly. This sword gourd was naturally the execution spirit yuan light that was refined into the three-legged golden crow's soul essence. Return. Xiaohua knew that this sea beast's cultivation was not easy. Unless it was absolutely necessary or he needed this sea beast to refine some magic treasure, Xiaohua would not easily make a move. Along with Xiaohua's incantation, the gray color on the sword gourd entered the sword gourd, and the two sword lights also flew back from the sea beast's neck and were about to enter the sword gourd. But right at this moment, a pu suddenly occurred. The oceanic beast's aqua blue pearl suddenly opened its mouth, and a watery brilliance sprayed out, and instantly landed in front of Xiaohua. Damn it! Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that this sea beast could not distinguish right from wrong and did not know that he was being lenient. Now that it had a chance to live, it immediately counterattacked. Fortunately, Xiaohua's execution spirit yuan light was in midair. Xiaohua did not use any other magic and pointed his finger. Shua shua. The two sword lights landed on the brilliance. He thought that the execution spirit yuan light would definitely be able to scatter the brilliance. However, what was even more out of Xiaohua's expectations was that when the execution spirit yuan light landed on the brilliance, it was as if it was stuck. It was simply unable to cut it. When the brilliance arrived in front of Xiaohua, an extremely strange sweet fragrance mixed with the smell of meat rushed into Xiaohua's mouth and nose. Xiaohua's mind sank. It was as if endless illusions rushed into his mind. Xiaohua was greatly shocked. He did not dare to be negligent and hastily used the God Guidance secret technique. At the same time, he felt his mind become clear. A burst of ear-piercing sizzling sound was heard. It turned out that at this moment, the watery brilliance had already eroded Xiaohua's protective golden light. It actually destroyed a lot of Xiaohua's Taoist robe. At the same time, Xiaohua's faintly pale golden skin was exposed under the Taoist robe. This watery brilliance is actually so powerful. Xiaohua felt a numbing pain on the surface of his skin, as if it was being bitten by ants. He could not help but be slightly astonished. He was clear in his heart that in the past 100 years, when he used the heavenly thunder of the heavenly sea to temper the Buddha's sarira, he also used the celestial body strengthening technique to temper his physical body. Right now, his physical body was perhaps several times stronger than before. This sea beast's innate divine ability was really powerful. Roar, seeing that the brilliance had already succeeded, the sea beast roared again. The blue pearl flashed again and spat out several more brilliances. This brilliance was even faster than before. Forget it, Xiaohua originally wanted to check his own cultivation. Seeing that the sea beast had spat out these brilliances and that the blue color on the pearl had weakened, he knew that it was about to go all out. He really did not have any reason to take the sea beast's life. With a thought, lightning flashed around his body and forced the blue brilliance away. His figure soared into the sky. With a splash, he crashed into the heavenly sea. Roar. The sea beast was actually happy. The floating cloud under its body moved and chased after Xiaohua. Naturally, the blue pearl also entered its mouth. However, when the sea beast reached the edge of the island, it stopped again. A sea beast that could cultivate to nearly nascent soul strength, although it had not transformed, it already had intelligence. How could it really chase after him? Woo! A clear sound came from the sea beast's mouth. A several zhang thick beam of light then rushed out from the sea beast's mouth and landed on the heavenly sea. A dense water-based spiritual energy of heaven and earth was born from the beam of light and fell into the sea beast's stomach. The previously dim pearl gradually recovered its luster. Sigh, this soul execution vital light. At this moment, Xiaohua was using the water avoidance art to travel in the heavenly sea. In his hands were two flying swords of the soul execution vital light. At this moment, the flying swords could no longer be called flying swords. They were two sparkling and translucent jade-like objects. They jumped around in Xiaohua's hands as if they had intelligence. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the two flashing brilliances and he could not help but sigh. They can already be used as spirit artifacts. It's a pity that they are not too sharp. They are somewhat inferior to the Tai green light. However, this Tai green light is part of the 5 elements and cannot be refined into the soul execution vital lights yin and yang. In the future I still need to find the magnetic aurora. After retrieving the soul execution vital light, Xiaohua looked at the jade green sea bed. Countless large and small fishes swam around leisurely. His heart moved. That's not right. This old monster Xia should already have the strength of a Yuanying. In the Dawn Rain continent, it is a master of an area. If we were to talk about it, even if it is not an 8th grade monster, it should be a 7th grade monster, right? Why is it still unable to transform? If this old monster Xia transformed, what would it look like? Oh, I understand. Xiaohua laughed as he thought. Suddenly he realized. This old monster Xia is actually not a 7th grade monster. Perhaps it is only a 6th grade or even a 5th grade monster. However, it is not an ordinary sea beast. It has a powerful body. What is special is that in this heavenly sea, it can fight with other sea beasts. In addition, the water-based spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the heavenly sea is very dense. This is where the sea beasts can use their divine abilities. Therefore, even though the old monster Xia's cultivation is low, its strength is outstanding. At the very least, it far surpasses the ordinary cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent. This is the reason why it is commonly said that overseas cultivators are more powerful than Dawn Rain continent cultivators. In that case this Xiao can also be considered as an overseas cultivator, right? Xiaohua chuckled. He slightly raised his head and his gaze landed on a string of bubbles in the distance. I'm afraid it is the corpses of some sea beasts. Under the bubbles a large lump of black things slowly floated up. Xiaohua took a look and flew over. There are many sea beasts in this heavenly sea. They would often fight for islands and other reasons. Even though Xiaohua did not deliberately attack and kill these sea beasts, the number of sea beasts' corpses he picked up in the vicinity was extremely large. Chapter 31:13. Although the monster cores in these sea beasts' corpses are gone, their bodies are extremely tough. Whether it's their tentacles, claws, etc., even their shells are the best materials for refining magic tools. How can Xiaohua not take them when he sees them? Therefore, when he sees something appear again, he goes over very naturally. However, when he reaches the thing floating in front of him, Xiaohua frowns again. He sees that it's a few corpses connected together. The corpses no longer have flesh, only fragments of skeletons are left. Even the skeletons have shrunk into a few short joints, as if the corpses were burned by waves of fire. Outside the corpses there are some damaged armors. Most of the armors are greenish-black in color. There are also condensed beads of different sizes on the surface of the armors, like a layer of greenish-black pearls. From the looks of the armors, it's very obvious that these corpses should be cultivators. However, what puzzles Xiaohua is that these skeletons are very thick, far beyond Xiaohua's understanding. Xiaohua makes a rough estimate. They should be 2 to 3 times stronger than ordinary cultivators. What's going on here? Xiaohua sees that the armors are already damaged. There's no possibility of refining anymore. He doesn't move forward, only looking at those strange skeletons in a daze. Oh, Xiaohua takes another look. On one of the skeleton's joints, there's a thumb-sized semicircular ring. It's a storage ring. Xiaohua understands. His eyes brighten, he grabs the semicircular ring and it falls into his hand. Sure enough, when his divine sense enters it, there's a small space that's about to collapse inside. Inside this space there's a strange thumb-sized thing floating. Xiaohua takes that thing out. Seeing that the corpses have already passed over his head and floated to the surface of QC, he sighs and throws that already burned storage ring into QC. The thing in Xiaohua's hand looks black, but there are bits of gold inlaid inside, like bits of gold light in the dark night. Although this thing is thumb-sized, it's not light. However, when Xiaohua's divine sense sweeps over it, he can't see anything strange about it. Truly strange. Xiaohua weighed the thing in his hand. The overseas cultivators are indeed different from Dawn Rain continent. These things should be used by the Scorching Sun Island, the Icicle Island, the Gales Island, and the Yensen Island, which Kuo-heng mentioned. Unfortunately, apart from a token and a saraira with a Buddha statue on it, Xiaohua didn't obtain any secret techniques from the storage bag and storage ring, so he didn't know how to examine them. Let's cultivate first. Xiaohua thought for a moment and suppressed the idea of going to the 4 islands. The 2 spirit-severing stage old monsters will definitely place their disciples in the 4 islands. I haven't cultivated to the nascent soul stage, so I can't be sure of victory. I definitely won't appear. Right, didn't he obtain many body mutilation secret techniques in Ink Cloud Dark Forest? Now that the primordial spirit of the green-robed man was no longer refining the sky-leveling staff, it was better for him to read more about those secret arts. Who knows, he might be able to find something. Moreover, this Xiao's Buddha Saraira has already reached 4 feet. It's time for me to cultivate this Buddhist sex Heaven's Eye to the 4th level. Speaking of this, the Ardent Fire Mountain secret techniques are really useful. Although this Heaven's Eye is a Buddhist sex magical ability, with the help of the secret techniques and Ink Cloud's brain, the advancement is equally miraculous. If I can cultivate this Heaven's Eye to the 9th level, I'm afraid I can really see the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. Soon after, Xiaohua flew to another place and found a few powerful sea beasts within 1,000 miles to fight a few times. Moreover, he casually found some things in the nearby sea. Soon he returned to the cave and began to cultivate in seclusion again. Several years passed quickly. On this day the wind was calm and the waves were calm. The sun had just risen above the sea. Countless seabirds spread their wings and soared between the sea and the sky. On the rippling sea surface, there were also tens of thousands of sea fish swimming. From time to time, there would be pillars of water soaring to the sky in the distance. At the same time, the faint roar of sea beasts would follow. It seemed that this day was no different from an ordinary day in 10,000 years. A clear cry sounded. From the northern horizon, a speck of 5 colors appeared. When it got closer, it was a several zhang large rainbow one. One could see the rainbow one spreading its 5-colored wings. With a clear cry, it split the sky and immediately flew more than 10 li. The 2 long tail feathers on the rainbow wan's tail slightly trembled. It was very eye-catching in the fierce wind that rolled up behind the rainbow wan. On the rainbow wan's back sat a woman. This woman looked to be around 30 years old. She looked very dignified. The woman had a pair of bright eyes that seemed to be able to see through the various states of the world. However, at this moment, her eyes were lowered to look at the misty sea surface. She was faintly anxious. The strangest thing was that this woman wasn't wearing an ordinary Taoist robe. Instead, it was a crescent moon white robe. This robe was very simple and didn't have any colored thread. What was special about this woman was that she even wore a strange hat on her head. Between the hat and her ears, there wasn't a single strand of black hair. Stop, the woman suddenly opened her mouth. Her pearly white teeth were slightly exposed. Her words were also different from the common speech of the Dawn Rain continent. The rainbow wan was very intelligent. Its fluttering wings immediately retracted. At the rainbow wan's belly feathers, a 5-colored cloud appeared and supported the rainbow wan. The several zhang large rainbow wan and the strange woman stopped in midair. The woman stood up from the rainbow wan. Her brows were still slightly furrowed. She raised her leg and stood in midair. A faint cloud of mist appeared under the woman's feet. This woman was actually barefoot. Her sparkling and translucent jade-like ankles looked very soft and smooth, emitting a faint brilliance. As she stepped on the cloud of mist, an indescribable elegance was born from it. The woman stood on the cloud and lowered her head to look at the vibrant sea surface. Then she frowned slightly and actually closed her eyes. However, the woman's ears on both sides emitted a faint luster. This luster flickered slightly as if the woman was using a divine ability. After a long time, the woman's ears moved. She raised her eyebrows and her brows relaxed. However, when the woman opened her eyes, the luster on her ears had disappeared. The woman stretched out her hand again and took out a small jade slip from her bosom. She glanced at it and a smile appeared on her face. She seemed to be muttering to herself, Ba, this West Sea is really too far away. This so-called island is densely covered in stars. Who can tell which one is which? Zutanue is really good at scheming. He actually found this place. But, as the woman spoke, she raised her leg and sat on the rainbow luan's back. She gently patted the rainbow luan's back. The rainbow luan let out a clear cry and flapped its wings. The wind surged and the clouds moved as it flew into the distance. The woman's voice lingered in the air. Although this place is far west, it doesn't look extremely desolate. Could it be that place? The woman flew thousands of kilometers to the west and stopped several times. However, she didn't get off the rainbow luan. Instead, her ears emitted light again and she adjusted her direction several times. In the end, the woman stopped near the lava island where Xiaohua cultivated. Yes, it should be here. The woman finally took out the jade slip and checked it before getting off the rainbow luan's back. She stepped on the clouds and stopped in midair. The rainbow luan spread its wings and flew around the woman. At this time, the clouds were scattered and light mist was gushing out. The afterglow of the setting sun scattered everywhere. Not only were the clouds gorgeous and the light mist faintly discernible, but even the rainbow luan's feathers reflected the orange sun and looked extremely poignant. The woman looked at all of this with a slight smile. Her eyes flickered as if she was a little obsessed. Roar! In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there was another roar. However, after this roar there were roars and hisses frequently. Bursts of explosions and rumbles also followed. The originally calm scenery was completely destroyed. Not only was the rainbow luan's flight a little weak, but the woman's faint smile also disappeared. There was a trace of displeasure in her eyes. Just as this displeasure appeared, whoosh! On the surface of the sea to the south, a wave of several dozen feet was set off. The wave dispersed the mist and rushed to the bottom of the woman's body with strands of blood. Boom! There was a loud sound that soared into the sky. The waves seemed to be boiling as they surged up. One by one, a several dozen feet tall human figure suddenly appeared from the waves. Ha! The moment the human figure appeared, it immediately let out a roar towards the sky. A formless sound wave quickly spread out. When the rainbow luan, who had already stopped flying, heard this sound, its wings couldn't help but tremble. Its body also quickly shrank. Humph! When the woman saw this, she coldly snorted. Her body emitted a faint brilliance that covered the rainbow luan. The rainbow luan landed in front of the woman. The woman shook her sleeve and the rainbow luan flew into it and disappeared. Looking at the human figure again, it had already stopped in midair. The waves that surrounded the human figure had already fallen, creating a splash of water that was several dozen feet tall. It gradually disappeared. Looking at the human figure again, it wasn't a real person. Aside from the khaki-colored armor on its body, its strong limbs were very similar to a human's, but its head was a hairy leopard's head. This leopard's head was very ferocious. The khaki-colored pupils in its bell-like eyes flashed with bloodlust. Leopard stripes streaked across the mane on its face. A few strands of blood still flowed from its bloody mouth. It had clearly just eaten something raw. In the left claw of the leopard-headed human figure, there was also a sea beast tentacle that was stained with blood. In the right claw, there was a thumb-sized demon core that was releasing a water-blue brilliance. The leopard-headed human figure's ferocious gaze swept past the woman. There was a flash of surprise in its eyes. It opened its bloody mouth and unexpectedly spoke. "Little girl, are you the immortal friend that Su Swansea invited?" The woman indifferently glanced at the leopard-headed human figure and coldly snorted. She didn't answer. "Or I'm asking you a question." The leopard-headed human figure suddenly opened its bloody mouth. A strong stench rushed out and rushed toward the woman. "You're courting death." The woman clearly looked down on the leopard-headed humanoid and did not bother to reply. Seeing the leopard-headed humanoid being so rude, the woman coldly snorted and pointed her finger. A huge fireball flew out from the air and exploded between the two with a bang. It was precisely the leopard-headed humanoid's breath that was incinerated. Moreover, dozens of sparks flew out from the fireball and split into 3 different directions, rushing towards the leopard-headed humanoid. Chapter 31:14. The leopard-headed humanoid squinted his eyes and waved his claws. The tentacles and monster core of the sea beast disappeared at the same time. Then he waved his right claw in the air and a yellow brilliance appeared. It turned into a dozen plumes of smoke and dust that rushed into the sparks. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of muffled sounds, the sparks disappeared and the smoke and dust slowly dispersed. The woman raised her eyebrows and seemed a little surprised. Then she raised her jade-like hand slightly and a golden cauldron the size of a fist appeared. As soon as the small cauldron appeared, the space within a foot of it distorted rapidly. It was as if the temperature of the small cauldron was so high that it was about to melt the space. The space-splitting cauldron? Your Qing-Chen from the Great Snow Mountain. The leopard-headed humanoid was slightly stunned when he saw the small cauldron. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. Yes, it's me. The woman heard him and replied proudly, if you're afraid, tell me your name immediately and let me see where you're from. If you're related, I'll let you off for the sake of Su Zhuoyang. Otherwise, what can you do? The leopard-headed humanoid sneered. He opened his mouth and a square box the size of a thumb flew out. The box was square and did not look special. However, when the leopard-headed humanoid breathed a mouthful of demonic aura on it, a reddish-yellow brilliance rushed into the air and a mountain peak a few feet high appeared in the brilliance. The magnificent mountain box? How did you get this treasure? Seeing this, Master Qing Chen's expression changed and his hand that was controlling the space-splitting cauldron slowed down. This treasure was originally mine. Where did I get it from? The leopard-headed humanoid sneered. Although your space-splitting cauldron is powerful, it can't do anything to my magnificent mountain box. Do you still dare to fight with me? Why wouldn't I dare? I'd like to see, what ability do you have to control the magnificent mountain box? Master Qing Chen sneered. He lifted his hand and a tricolored flame rushed out from the space-splitting cauldron. Don't worry, my two fellow immortals. At this moment, a loud voice came from afar. When Master Qing Chen heard this, he bent the middle finger of his right hand and flicked it gently. The 3-foot-long fire dragon that had flown out of the cracked void cauldron returned to the small cauldron. When she looked up, she saw a golden sword light flying toward them from the eastern horizon like a meteor. In just a moment, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes dressed in a scholar's robe appeared in front of them on a flying sword. The leopard-headed man also snorted coldly. He opened his mouth again and spat out a mouthful of demonic energy. The so-called magnificent mountain box shrank back to the size of a thumb and fell into his mouth. It's all my fault. As soon as the middle-aged man landed, he immediately cupped his fists and said with a smile, because this treasure hunt in the West Sea is too important, I didn't dare to neglect it. Therefore, other than this one's name, this one did not reveal the names of the others. My apologies for causing a misunderstanding between the two of you. It doesn't matter. Master Qing Chen smiled faintly and said, Su Tanyue has already made this clear. You don't have to apologize now. Fuswanzi. The leopard-headed man opened his mouth and shouted, I know you have a wide range of friends, but I still underestimated you. The little beauty of the Great Snow Mountain was not someone ordinary people could meet. You actually invited her here. Your relationship is definitely not ordinary. This middle-aged man was Su Zhuoyang, whom Master Qing Chen had mentioned. However, when Su Zhuoyang heard this, his expression did not change at all. He glanced at the leopard-headed man indifferently and said with a smile, Leopard Immortal, you are frank and outspoken. You say whatever is on your mind. You are much better than ordinary people with dirty thoughts. However, I still have to disappoint Leopard Jinren. Among the treasures of the West Sea, there's something that Master Pure Dust wants. Therefore, although I'm only acquainted with the Dharmakaya, once I asked for your help, you immediately agreed. I don't believe it. The leopard-headed humanoid named Leopard's spiritual master laughed. But at this moment, the sound of a crane's cry came from the distant horizon. Su Zhuoyang and the others looked up and saw a faint white spot on the sea surface in the northeast, which was already somewhat dark. Good. Su Zhuoyang clapped his hands and said with a smile, the other two are also here. However, when the white spot flew closer, it was revealed that there was an old man sitting cross-legged on the back of a white crane that was several feet in size. The old man was dressed in a linen robe. His forehead was very wide, his eyes were very bright, and his white hair was fluttering like snow. When the old man floated down from the back of the white crane, a white cloud immediately appeared under his feet. Coupled with the emerald cane in his hand, he really looked like an immortal descending to the mortal world. The white crane, like Master Ching Chen's rainbow phoenix, sensed leopard immortal's breath from far away and flew very hesitantly. The old man also flicked his big sleeve and kept the white crane in it. Then he flew over and looked at the three people. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I greet you all." Su Zhuoyang heard that the old man not only did not report his name, but also frowned slightly with a complicated expression on his face. After returning the greeting, he whispered, "What's wrong? That person can't come?" "Alas, yes." The old man sighed. "Man proposes, God disposes." That person has already agreed. I was waiting at the foot of the mountain, but before I left, there was an important matter that he had to attend to. "Brother Su, I have failed you." It's okay." Su Zhuoyang's brows relaxed and he said with a smile, "It's best that we have Zen Master Liao Kong. Without him we can still enter." "Zen Master Liao Kong?" Master Ching Chen was surprised and asked, "Are you talking about Zen Master Liao Kong of Huanglian Temple?" "Yes." Su Zhuoyang said with a bitter smile, "Isn't it Zen Master Liao Kong who is proficient in Buddhist arrays? With his help, we are naturally not afraid of the arrays of the West Sea relic. Therefore, although I am not very familiar with Zen Master Liao Kong, I especially entrusted Brother Chu." "Alas, Zen Master Liao Kong definitely can't come at this time." Master Ching Chen sighed. "The Feast of All Souls at Dong and Zen Temple is about to open. He is going to preach." Hearing this, Su Zhuoyang laughed again. "Since Zen Master Liao Kong is not coming, then he won't come. This is God's will. Since we are here, we naturally have our fate. Let me introduce you. This is Brother Chu Muhuan of the Chu family in the hidden immortal continent." Then Su Zhuoyang raised his hand and pointed at the old man. When the old man heard Su Zhuoyang mention Zen Master Liao Kong's name, he knew that he would not return empty-handed this time. He also smiled and cupped his hands. "I am Chu Muhuan. Greetings to the two fellow immortals. I am Ching Chen from the Great Snow Mountain in the Pure Land world. Greetings to Chu Tanyue." Master Ching Chen put her palms together and bowed to return the greeting. "I am Leopard's spiritual master from the Flat Forest Mountain in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm." Leopard's spiritual master raised his two claws casually and cupped his hands casually to salute. Seeing that the three people had finished their greetings, Su Zhuoyang said with a smile, "Since everyone is familiar with each other, we will be in the same boat in the following time. This West Sea relic is really famous. I have heard about it for many years, but I never thought that one day I would personally come to explore the true face of this treasure. Especially with the help of the fellow immortals, I will definitely return with a full load this time." Su Xuanzi. Leopard's spiritual master was dissatisfied. "We have already introduced ourselves. Why don't you say anything? Although we all know you, this is the basic etiquette of the hidden immortal continent, right?" "Of course." Su Zhuoyang patted his forehead and said with a bitter smile, "I really neglected it. Thank you for your reminder, fellow immortal leopard." Then Su Zhuoyang cupped his hands and bowed. "I am Su Zhuoyang, a disciple of the hidden immortal continent's Fecta sect. I am not proficient in the 6 arts, but I like the art of divination. Thus I won the title of Divine Diviner. I am not talented, so I am ashamed." "That's right." Leopard's spiritual master also cupped his hands and returned the salute. "Your hidden immortal continent is known as the origin of etiquette. If you don't remember this basic etiquette in your heart, who would be convinced?" "Fellow immortal leopard, you are wrong." Su Zhuoyang stood up and said seriously, "My hidden immortal continent is the inheritance of Confucian cultivators, which emphasizes on the contention of 100 schools of thought. I naturally don't know who would belittle the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. But I know that my Fecta sect never asks about one's background. Otherwise, I would not be able to make friends with fellow immortals." Of course I am not talking about you." Leopard's spiritual master laughed. "I can come here because of your face. If it was someone else." Leopard's spiritual master glanced at Master Ching Chen, who was not far away. At this time, Master Ching Chen had recovered his solemn appearance. He looked straight ahead as if he did not hear what Leopard's spiritual master said. Su Zhuoyang smiled in his heart. He knew what Leopard's spiritual master meant, but he could not say a word about this matter. Brother Su, Chu Muhuan seized the opportunity to ask, if Zen Master Liao Kong does not come, how can we break the array? Where is the West Sea relic in the West Sea? At this time you should tell us the location. We can consult together and work together to make sure nothing goes wrong. Hearing Chu Muhuan mention the West Sea relic, Leopard's spiritual master's eyes lit up. His withered yellow eyes no longer looked at Master Qingchen, but stared at Su Zhuoyang. Yes, Brother Chu is right. Su Zhuoyang nodded and explained, this is the time to discuss it. However, although I am the initiator of this treasure hunt, I am not the only one. What? There are other people? Chu Muhuan was stunned and frowned. Brother Su, why didn't you say this earlier? I can come to the West Sea, because I value your integrity. If it was someone else who initiated it, I wouldn't dare to believe it. Chapter 31:15. Brother Chu, please don't worry. Su Zhuoyang smiled bitterly. He looked at Chu Muhuan, then at Leopard Taoist Master and Master Qingchen, and explained patiently, this person's identity is a bit special. Before I see him I can't reveal his identity. Of course you three should rest assured. That person's friendship with me is not inferior to yours. If I didn't trust him I would never have come to the West Sea. Su Zhuoyang turned his hand over and a thumb-sized black object appeared in his hand. He said, that person has already given this to me. After I checked it I found that the information recorded in it is detailed and true. It doesn't seem to be fake. Can I take a look at it? Chu Muhuan's brows did not relax as he asked. Of course. Su Zhuoyang did not hesitate. He raised his hand and the black object flew out. Chu Muhuan grabbed it and it fell into his hand. Then Chu Muhuan raised his hand and was about to place it on his forehead when Su Zhuoyang hurriedly shouted, Brother Chu, this object can't be seen with divine sense. You need to use eye-clearing magic. So strange. Although Chu Muhuan was surprised, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Then Chu Muhuan placed his hand in front of Su Zhuoyang's eyes. His eyes flickered with a faint green light. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea he finally withdrew it. After he closed his eyes for a moment, he raised his hand and the item flew back into Su Zhuoyang's hand. How is it? Leopard Taoist Master could not help but ask. It's true. Chu Muhuan replied calmly, if you don't believe me you can check it yourself. If I could see it would I still need to ask? Leopard Taoist Master laughed, I don't have as many magic skills as you. I'll take a look. Master Qingchen stretched out her hand and a jade-like hand came out of her sleeve. Leopard Taoist Master's withered yellow eyes could not help but glance at the delicate wrist. Master, please. Su Zhuoyang handed the object to Master Qingchen and said with a smile, however, I must remind you that this object can't be seen with Buddhist sense. I know. Master Qingchen smiled, took the item and said, since the divine perception technique of the Confucian school can't be used, the Buddhist perception of the Buddhist sect won't work either. Master Qingchen took the object and did not use any magical power. Instead she looked it up and down with her beautiful eyes. After a while she nodded and said, this is the ink cloud pupil used in ancient records. It has long been lost. Not to mention any recorded method, even the materials were nowhere to be found. This poor nun has seen the image of this item in a pile of old papers. As he spoke, Wizard Qingchen raised Mo Yuntong. However, he did not place it on his forehead. Instead he placed it next to his ear. A faint light flashed in Master Qingchen's ears and slowly covered Mo Yuntong. I thought that the heavenly ear connection could only be used for hearing. After practicing the heavenly ear connection, one could hear things from 100 miles, 1,000 miles or even 10,000 miles away. Who would have thought that the heavenly ear connection could be used in this way? Su Tanyue doesn't practice Buddhism so he doesn't know about the Buddhist magic. Master Qingchen opened his eyes and said lightly, how can the heavenly ear connection of the Buddhist sect be so shallow? After practicing the heavenly ear connection, one can not only hear everything including the sound of heaven, the sound of human beings and the sound of the three evils, but also recognize the 3,000 macro worlds according to the sound. He can attain the Buddha fruit. Yes, yes, the Buddhist magic is indeed extraordinary. Immortal Leopard nodded vigorously. I never thought that in the Buddhist sect one could use their ears to judge people. Then why do we need eyes? Of course we need to use our eyes to see people's hearts. Master Ching Chen said in a cold tone. She took the ink cloud pupil from her ear and handed it to Su Zhuoyang. She said, the content inside should be consistent with what Su Tanyue said. I also believe in Su Tanyue. Good. Su Zhuoyang took the ink cloud pupil and carefully put it away. He said with a smile, thank you for your trust. However, he immediately raised his eyes to look at the dark sea and said, this is not the place that person invited us to. We still have to hurry and get there before dawn. Who is this person? Immortal Leopard was unhappy. I came from the Holy Land and spent a lot of time. It's fine that he didn't meet us here, but why didn't he wait for us here? Hee, Su Zhuoyang smiled faintly, his eyes flashing with a silver-white brilliance. He looked around and said with great confidence, Leopard immortal friend, as long as you see that person, you will definitely not say such words again. That person has a good reason for not coming. With that, Su Zhuoyang looked up at a direction in the distance. His silver-white eyes were particularly eye-catching in the night. A golden sword light appeared under his feet, and he was about to soar into the sky. Go. I'll lead the way. It won't take more than 6 hours. Speaking of this, Su Zhuoyang naturally looked back and glanced at the three people. At the same time, his eyes swept over the lava island under their feet. Let's go, Immortal Leopard roared around him. He stepped on the wind and flew more than 100 feet away. Seeing that Immortal Leopard had left, Master Ching Chen and Chu Mu Huan waved their sleeves. The colorful Huan and the cloud crane flew out. The two birds stretched their wings in the air, but none of them dared to make a loud sound. Just as they were about to step on their mounts, Su Zhuoyang suddenly said hurriedly, wait. Su Xuanzi, what's the matter? Immortal Leopard asked unhappily as the wind stopped. Immortal Leopard, Master Ching Chen, the silver-white color in Su Zhuoyang's eyes had disappeared. It was replaced by a kind of astonishment. Who arrived here first? It's me, Master Ching Chen's face also showed a strange expression. She followed Su Zhuoyang's gaze and looked at the lava island under their feet. This place. I've already checked it. There's nothing wrong. Could it be that Su Tanyue found something? It's really interesting. Su Zhuoyang's face showed a thoughtful expression. I didn't expect to meet an overseas cultivator in the depths of the West Sea. And the magic array outside the cultivator's cave is also strange. Seems to be very powerful. If my 1,000 eyes hadn't just improved, I'm afraid I wouldn't have discovered the strangeness inside. When Master Ching Chen heard this, her face changed slightly and became a little hot. She didn't expect that there was an overseas cultivator hiding under the feet of the four of them. It was especially hidden from her heavenly ears, but it was discovered by Su Zhuoyang's 1,000 eyes. She wanted to activate her heavenly ears again, but after thinking for a while she gave up the idea. Since she couldn't find it just now, what was the use of finding it now? See, this is... When Chu Mu Huan heard what Su Zhuoyang said, he had already displayed his magical power. His eyes were faintly clear like water. After looking for a while he couldn't help but cry out in amazement, Brother Su's 1,000 eyes is really powerful. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have been able to find the strangeness of this magic array even if I looked at it 10 times. This magic array seems to... After listening to Chu Mu Huan's words, Master Ching Chen's face became less awkward, but she was also very surprised. She asked, Chu Tanyue, what does this magic array seem to be? Chu Mu Huan smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. This magic array is hidden in the void. I can only see a little bit with my magical power. It seems to be similar to a legendary ancient magic array, but I can't remember what kind of magic array it is at the moment. Ah? Master Ching Chen was shocked. There's such an expert in the West Sea? Looking at Su Zhuoyang again, he touched his chin with his hand and his eyes flashed with a silver-white color, as if he was thinking about something. Xuanzi, what's there to think about? Leopard Jinren said anxiously, isn't it just right to have someone who is proficient in magic arrays to replace that bald donkey? If he doesn't agree, the four of us can just kill him. What's there to hesitate about? Leopard Jinren, it's not that simple. Chu Muhuan said with a smile. Since there's such an ancient magic array and he's cultivating in seclusion in the West Sea, the overseas cultivators are usually more tyrannical than us. If we disturb him and can't persuade him, our tracks will be exposed. It's not good for this trip. Although Chu Muhuan didn't say that the four of them would work together, his tone was extremely obvious. The overseas cultivators are powerful. I admit it. Leopard Jinren sneered, but along the way there aren't any powerful sea beasts within 1,000 miles. There's only a sea beast whose strength is between the 3rd and 4th level of essence power in about 800 miles. If there's really an overseas cultivator who's more powerful than us, the surrounding sea beasts wouldn't be so weak, right? Then the overseas cultivator wouldn't need to use such a magic array to protect himself, right? Although that's the case, the real situation may not be so. Master Qing Chen said faintly, the reason why overseas cultivators are called overseas cultivators is that most of them are cynical and can't coexist peacefully with us 3 continents' immortal friends, so they cultivate in seclusion. These overseas cultivators can't be judged by common sense. In addition, many of the overseas cultivators, what they cultivate isn't the ordinary cultivation method of our 3 continents. It has nothing to do with us Confucian cultivators or Buddhist sects. Chu Muhuan frowned slightly as if he thought of something and said in a low voice, their cultivation method is strange, and their divine abilities are even sharper. The 9th level of essence power isn't suitable for their realm. Seeing that Master Qing Chen and Chu Muhuan were refuting him, Leopard Jinren's withered yellow eyes rolled. He opened his mouth and was about to spit out demonic aura. Seeing this, Su Zhuoyang hastily flew down a few feet and said anxiously, Leopard Jinren, don't be too hasty. Leopard Jinren didn't want to give Su Zhuoyang face, so he snorted coldly and put his claws behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the night sky. A bright moon had appeared in the horizon. The moonlight fell on the surface of the sea like water, and the rarely seen bright white splashes of water surged. Tiny silver fish swam along with the sparkling waves, and the sound of the waves entered their ears. Chapter 31:16. Su Zhuoyang discussed with Chu Muhuan and Master Qing Chen in a low voice for a moment. Then he raised his voice and said to Leopard's spiritual master, Fellow immortal leopard, I've decided. I'll ask this overseas cultivator to come out. Of course, even if he can help, we can't tell him our purpose now. If he's not willing to help, we'll go by ourselves. You should have done this earlier. Leopard's spiritual master sneered, you can just call for that person. Why ask me? Ah, fellow immortal leopard, you should stand with us. Su Zhuoyang said carefully, if you stand there, if that overseas cultivator comes out and sees us surrounding him, I'm afraid there will be some misunderstanding. There might be some twists and turns for no reason. Leopard's spiritual master looked at Su Zhuoyang several times and didn't say anything. His figure turned into the wind and floated behind the 3 people. However, he was still 100 feet away and didn't come any closer. Brother Chu. Su Zhuoyang was satisfied when he saw this. He turned around and was about to speak when Chu Muhuan suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I remember now. This seems to be the legendary heavenly cycle star formation. How is that possible? Su Zhuoyang's eyes lit up. Apart from being surprised, he was also ecstatic. It's said that this cosmic star formation has been lost for a long time. Only the Immortal Palace. Ah, Brother Su, I'm just guessing. I can't be sure. Chu Muhuan's face also showed a trace of joy. If it's the legendary cosmic star formation, this formation isn't something you and I can break. It's not good for us to attack this formation without permission. Brother, please use the cloud crane technique and transmit our goodwill into the formation. Su Zhuoyang urged. Chu Muhuan shook his head slightly. If it's the cosmic star formation, its defense must be flawless. I can't guarantee that the cloud crane can fly in. Let's try it. Su Zhuoyang smiled. If Brother's cloud crane can break through this formation, then our chances of entering the West Sea's lost treasure will be reduced by 20%. Ha! Chu Muhuan laughed heartily and made a grabbing motion with his hand. A clear and crystalline light flashed like moonlight, and a 3-inch-tall cloud crane phantom appeared. Chu Muhuan softly muttered a few words at the cloud crane's neck. Then he pointed with his finger. Quick! The cloud crane's body stretched and flew toward the lava island below everyone's feet. As Yunhe charged into the lava, Chu Muhuan's spirit-cleansing eyes and Su Zhuoyang's thousand eyes pupils were activated. They stared closely at Yunhe's figure. A moment later, the unusual phenomenon in their eyes disappeared at the same time. They looked at each other with a trace of understanding in their eyes. Sure enough, the cloud crane's silhouette flew out and landed in front of Chu Muhuan. Chu Muhuan waved his sleeve again and the silhouette disappeared into his sleeve. Looks like this Su will have to take some responsibility. Su Zhuoyang smiled and opened his mouth. A golden sword light flew out. Su Zhuoyang spread his hands and formed a strange sword seal. The golden sword light split into 8 in midair. Buzz, buzz. It emitted a strong buzzing sound and rushed into the lava. Rumble. The moment the 8 golden lights fell into the lava, the entire lava island let out an earth-shaking sound. The sea near the lava island shook violently. Ouch! Leopard's spiritual master, who was dozens of feet away from the 3 of them, suddenly exclaimed. He had been coldly observing Su Zhuoyang and the others' actions. His eyes were fixed on the sparkling and translucent moon disk. At this moment, along with the violent rumbling of the lava island, countless dark clouds suddenly appeared in the clear night sky around the full moon. Layers upon layers of dark clouds covered the entire area. Although there was no lightning or rain yet within the layers of clouds, there were faint flashes of light that were beginning to appear. Crackle! A tall and skinny figure emerged from the lava island amidst a series of flashes of lightning and thunder. Before he could reveal himself in midair, a voice that sounded like a ferocious god sneered coldly in the night sky. Hee, the 2 old fogies didn't dare to come themselves, so they sent 4 little bastards over instead. Come. Let this Shao see how you 4 foreign cultivators are going to capture this Shao. Following this furious roar like that of a killing god, countless lightning bolts rained down from the dark clouds in the sky, completely enveloping the 4 of them. 9 heavens lightning strike. Chu Muhuan was completely stunned. When the lightning and fire were almost within reach, he seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly threw the rattan cane in his hand and opened his mouth. Swoosh! With a breath of vital energy, the rattan cane suddenly turned into a towering tree. Its green branches and leaves expanded wildly, as if to cover Su Zhuoyang and the others. Master Qingchen was also shocked. She was even faster than Chu Muhuan. The space-splitting cauldron rushed out from her hand and a flame appeared. Suddenly, a huge fireball appeared about 100 feet away, blocking the top of Chu Muhuan's rattan cane. Fellow immortal, calm down. Su Zhuoyang's flying sword fell into the lava island and didn't fly out. His face was even more panicked. Seeing the 9 heavens lightning strike, he couldn't understand what Xiaohua was saying. He could only hurriedly shout, "We are fellow immortals from the continent, not foreign cultivators. We are not sent by your enemies. Fellow immortal, you only need to withdraw your magical power and we will explain everything." The human figure that rushed out of the lava island was naturally Xiaohua. When he saw that the capital star formation was discovered and the sword light fell, he had long suspected that the 2 old ghosts from the Immortal Ascension sect and the Immortal Music sect were here. However, when he saw that the 4 people standing in midair outside the lava island were not old monsters above the nascent soul stage, he didn't take a closer look. He thought that they were cultivators from the 4 islands overseas who came to seek revenge under the orders of the 2 old ghosts. As soon as they met, they used the thunder-attracting technique. Moreover, the spirit-killing vital light and the Tai green light were already prepared. When the 9 heavens lightning strike struck, he believed that even if the 4 of them were of the nascent soul stage, he could definitely kill 1 or 2 of them with a sneak attack. Fellow immortal? However, when he heard Su Zhuoyang call him fellow immortal, and the language was very different from the language of the Dawn Rain continent. It was very obscure and had a very ancient style. It was also different from the language of Qua Rhyming and the others from the Sunset Island. Xiaohua couldn't help but be surprised. Fortunately, he could understand the 2 words, fellow immortal. In particular, when he scanned the four people with his divine thought, he was even more stunned. He pointed at Su Zhuoyang and said in an incredulous voice, "You are a Confucian cultivator?" Rumble. Just as Xiaohua was wondering, the thunder-attracting technique finally fell. The first thing it hit was naturally Master Qing Chen's splitting cauldron. The fireballs that were hundreds of feet long exploded along with the lightning. It was as powerful as a volcanic sea of fire. However, in the blink of an eye, all the fireballs were destroyed. Pfft! Wizard Qing Chen's face turned red and he spat out a small mouthful of blood. The cracked space cauldron fell into Wizard Qing Chen's hand with a wail. Buddhism sect. Seeing Master Qing Chen's clothes and the familiar Buddhist awareness, Xiaohua's mouth was wide open and he could hardly close it. Xiaohua's indescribable shock made him forget the layers of thunder. He only used his eyes and divine thought to look between Su Zhuoyang and Master Qing Chen. He was more greedy than looking at his first love from more than 10 years ago. Fellow immortal. Seeing that Master Qing Chen's splitting cauldron couldn't withstand Xiaohua's thunder, Su Zhuoyang was anxious again. He knew that the Buddha fire of the splitting cauldron was similar to the thunder falling from the ninth heaven. Perhaps it wouldn't be destroyed by the thunder falling from the ninth heaven. However, Chu Muhuan's rattan staff was of the vegetation attribute. Although it wasn't afraid of heavenly thunder, the rattan staff itself was weak and might not be able to withstand heavenly thunder. If the rattan staff was destroyed, the trip to the West Sea would be much more difficult. Therefore he had to beg for mercy. "Please stop the thunder falling from the ninth heaven. Don't hurt fellow immortal Chu's imperial equipment. We will leave immediately." Su Zhuoyang spoke too much, so Xiaohua naturally didn't understand. However, looking at Su Zhuoyang's anxiety and the four people standing together, Xiaohua understood a little. Seeing that the thunder was about to strike, although the big tree transformed from the rattan staff wasn't afraid of heavenly thunder, under the seemingly endless thunder, its green leaves had already fallen everywhere. Green light flashed rapidly. Xiaohua hurriedly urged his magic power to stop the thunder and shouted, "If you're not from the 4 islands abroad, where are you from? Quickly tell me, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." Xiaohua spoke too much, but Su Zhuoyang also didn't understand. He had the same feeling as Xiaohua. He only felt that Xiaohua's language was simple and unadorned, as if it was passed down from ancient times. However, if he listened carefully, it was specious and he didn't understand it at all. "Fellow immortal." Su Zhuoyang smiled bitterly, cupped his fists and bowed. "We're not cultivators from the 5 islands abroad." However, after saying half a sentence he stopped again. Xiaohua clearly didn't understand him, so what was the point of him saying it? "Fellow immortal?" Xiaohua, on the other hand, heard these 2 words clearly. His eyes turned and he opened his mouth. Puff! A beam of tiny azure light rushed out of his mouth. It danced in the air like a thin flood dragon and then fell into his mouth. "Sword Qi. You're also from my Confucian cultivator lineage." Su Zhuoyang's eyes lit up, and he blurted out a few words passed down from the inscription armor. Good. Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. The Confucian cultivation method and elixir heart arts left behind by Huang Yi also had some pronunciation of the inscription armor. Although it seemed incomplete, now it was the only language that could be used to communicate. "Who are you waiting for?" Xiaohua somewhat stuttered as he asked with the inscription armor. "I'm Su Zhuoyang." Su Zhuoyang's mouth was bitter. He racked his brains and brought out all the inscription armor he knew, slowly telling the origins of the 4 people. "What?" Hearing Su Zhuoyang's end, Xiaohua was even more confused. What hidden immortal continent, what pure land, what 1,000 demons sacred realm? How come I've never heard of any of them? You're not cultivators from the 5 islands abroad then? Where did you come from? Or which direction?" When Xiaohua finished speaking, he faintly realized something and hurriedly asked. "Old brother Chu and I are Confucian cultivators, so we naturally came from the east. The hidden immortal continent is in that place." Su Zhuoyang answered in bewilderment. "You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.